Smoke one spliff, get eye to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get eye to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get eye to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get eye to the rhythm. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran.
Wait no more. Wait no more. It is I. Remember to lock your door. It's time for me, the one you used to adore. Remember that? It is time to get hardcore. So, I don't know. The Orioles play in Baltimore. How about that? Everybody, it is Friday Unplugged. It is the best day of the week, and it is the best show on YouTube, brought to you by the best content creator on YouTube as well. That's been solidified now in several polls. We are on episode number 3. It is the 24th of January. It is about 3:15 p.m. in the Pacific time zone, 6:15 for those of you in the lesser coast over there. And welcome to the show. We are going to be talking about the falsification of the only flat Earth map. We'll see how you guys feel about that one. Should be very interesante. We've got lots of things to cover. Let's do real quick. How about we start with the... should we start with... Oh, where'd that go? That program's not open. Should we start with the... I think we should. The dirt ball of the week. It's always a fun time. Now, I do have to mention that the dirt ball of the first week, if you guys remember who that was, first person to put that in the chat, I'll give you a... I'll drop a bomb in the chat. Measured it flat beneath our feet. Who can tell me who won dirt ball of the week? Last week, somebody won. Somebody won. My program's coming up here. 1 second. Same reflection. No, it'd be a good one. If I was thinking about giving him a second round, but no, somebody definitely won this week. And let's see if we've got this one over here. Yeah. So if you don't know, Arctic Reflection still has not paid me. I believe I'm going to give him. Well, he owed me in June, so I probably shouldn't give him any more leeway. But pretty soon, don't you think you should start being able to charge him 10% weekly? Somebody owes you $500 in a bet that they owed June something and just never gave it to you. And then they wanted to wait till the end of December. End of December is come and gone, and you still have not been paid. That person remains the dirtball of the week forever until they pay up. So that's true. That's true. But for this week's dirtball of the week, let's get the music going. You are the best dirtball of the week. There it is. It took me too long to open now. Okay. Thanks, Enrique. Dirtball of the week. Yes, many dirtballs exist. They are everywhere. Look around you. Always performing some dirtball activity. Often they don't even realize how dirtball they are. You may be sitting one next to one right now. Your husband, your wife, your brother, sister, your child. Help them change before they become dirtball of the week. We wouldn't want to see that happen. Who has dirtball of the week? Well, let's just let's say that it goes this week to royalty. Oh, all bow to the soft-spoken, but just extremely deadly. Just so good at debunking. Have you guys met King Nico? Oh, he's the best. He is the best. He put out a great video this week. We wanted to cover. Let me bring this over, and you guys tell me what you think of this one, because I mean, it's just top notch. Really, how many things do you get to see like this? Let's start it out. It's a good video. Let's watch.
As footage continues releasing and astute internet sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies.
Wait. Why does that sound familiar? Let's try this one.
As footage continues releasing and astute internet sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies.
Wait a second.
It's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called final experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set.
Wait, what?
It's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called final experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set.
Did the guy just steal somebody's video word for word? What is more dirtball than that? Is there anything more dirtball?
Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable panoramic 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others.
I've been in YouTube for 10 freaking years. I've never seen this. It's the same video.
Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others.
I mean, you, sir, are the best.
Amazon Volume or Amazon Studio 50.
I mean, it's just the same exact thing. Nothing different. Amazon
Volume
and Amazon
or
Studio
Amazon
15.
Studio 15.
King Nico, you are the king of dirtball, and you are the dirtball of the week. To those of you guys new to YouTube, don't take somebody else's video and then say the words that they say on your channel. It's just not cool. It's just it's dirtball. So that's, you know, your job should be to tell people not to do that anymore. Please don't do that. Just so we real quick can get this out of the way, if you want to reach me and you're looking for me, too bad. No, I'm just kidding. You can reach out t.me/Jeranism. It's the best way to reach me, and I will get back to you at some point. Usually it might take 2 or 3 days. And to put question marks a day after you message me is not really helpful. T.me/Rants if you want my place to rant about my thoughts, opinions, comments, theories, you know, guesses, whatever you want to call them. We also have t.me/Jeranism links. That's where you can get the links if you want to get a link from last week. If you want to find the Andrew Marsh model, anything that I find, anything that I'm done showing you, I usually put over there. T.me/Jeranism show is the notification channel where you get notification. You would have got a notification an hour ago that I'd be going live. And t.me/Jeranism chat is an anything goes chat. A lot of Globers in there, a lot of fighting, a lot of people get mad at each other. And but if you want to venture over there, you can. If you want the best experience, you want to be in the VIP chat, which to get there, you got to go wap.com/Jeranism. Sign up to be a VIP member. We meet every first Friday of the month for crypto, every first and third Saturday for a VIP hangout for 3 hours. Usually we have somebody from the community come join me. That hasn't been the case last week because I don't know who would join me. So I did it. I took the questions last week. It was fun. So I don't know who's going to be here at the first Saturday of February. And that's basically it. That's all you needed to see there. Now, I did do a show this morning. If you missed it, you didn't miss much. I was trying to film the launch of the Starlink SpaceX satellite. Let me show you this over here. Let's bring this up and this one. Oops. Well, I'll bring this up first. So just so we know, we get to do it again. How quickly? Quickly. 6 days. We're going to try it again. So we went, and this time is a better time for me rather than 6:07 a.m. I got in my car this morning. I had to get like 300 yards down the street, and my windows were frozen, this is California. We don't do that shit here. And I had to drive basically 1 mile per hour to get there. So even though it's down the street, it's just funny. Anyway, next Thursday, January the 30th at 3:32 in the PMs, I will be trying to film this. Now, here's one thing. If you live in California, somewhere in California, let's say between, I don't know, 150 miles, 125 miles or something from Vandenberg or anywhere, up to, let's see how far we can go. Maybe I guess Sacramento might even be able to see it. It was pretty clear even today. So I think that you just want a clear view of the horizon if you can, the southern horizon, and get somewhere like that. And if you could film it next Thursday, what would be cool is if we had like 5 or 6 observations to string together. That would be dope sauce. Let me show you why it's cool, or why it's evidence in, let me find this for you. Okay, go here. Just got to find today's video. We had a guy in my chat today who said, oh, I've already done this. I've done it a few times. He's done it a lot on his channel, and I do have it here somewhere, I believe. His name was, what do we have it here? Oh, come on. That was before this. Here it is. Where is Falcon 9? All right, so this is his video. His name is Mr. Bobby Shafko, and he's let me just see what he is again, because I did invite him on my channel if he wants to come by and talk to us about his job. His job is former U.S. Naval Flight Officer, current DoD Satellite Communications Systems Engineer, researching the flat Earth argument since 2018 to try and understand how anyone can conclude that the Earth is flat. So he has this video that he did here called Where's Falcon 9? Let me explain what we're doing here. What we're looking at is a view from 200 and, so I was 175. He was 225 away. Okay, let me bring this up a little bit easier for you. So you can see that the craft is launching here at, you can see the T+. And this picture here behind here is the horizon. Okay, which you have to bring down the yellow one there. And so he's staring off at the horizon. He's 225 miles away. Remember, Canigoo is 175, you know. Wait, maybe he's even more. Let me see if I mix this. A couple different ones that we were looking at. Yeah, 225. So he's 225 miles away. Now you'll notice that the rocket launched a long time ago. It's now at T plus 30. 30 seconds it's been traveling upwards. Now we're at 35 seconds. Now we are at 40 seconds. So where is the rocket? Now we're at 45 seconds. We're going to be at 50 seconds. Anybody have any good ideas of where this rocket is? Here it comes. First view at 55 seconds or 56 seconds. And there we see the rocket appear. So This is why we want to get this filmed from all over California. We could probably, I don't know, make a prediction based on how far away you are of when you would see this rocket breach the horizon. Now, what flat earthers need to explain, what I wouldn't have been able to explain, is if we ask ourselves the question of where is the rocket for the first 56 seconds of flight? Where could it be? If this is the horizon, if you're filming the horizon, the rocket can't take 56 seconds to get to the horizon unless it would be behind the horizon. It's the only thing I could think of. Only thing that makes any sense. Otherwise, you have to believe from the horizon to the horizon takes 56 seconds. Okay. Now, the way that you can set this up is you can wait until the stage separation happens. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. We don't need to watch the whole trip. But when stage separation happens, that's how you go back and you'll be able, because remember, you won't be able to see when it launches. You're just going to be watching the horizon spot. All of a sudden, you're going to see a light. You're going to follow that up. And then you're going to have to go back to the telecast and match it with the separation as he did here. Basically, when this light goes out, because this light goes out, and then it comes back on when this light comes on. So we'll see that here in a second. And then we will be on our way. So you see the light went out there, and then these lights are out, and then you'll notice when it fires back up with the flame, see there's no light, and it's going to do the second relight here. Here it goes. As soon as that goes, you're going to see this light appear up to kind of up there. There it goes. Out of the sight. So 56 seconds is that one. Now, if we all do that, somebody who's further away from here, like let's say you're at Sacramento, so that's, I don't know, like, what is that? Probably 60 miles from here or something. So you would actually be about 250, I guess, away. And this is at Vandenberg. Let me show you where it's at just so you don't get lost. Yes, it is launching from Vandenberg. You need to factor in the delay of the stream. No. Robert Greenlee, listen again. I know people have a hard time listening. There is no delay because you're just filming the rocket. You don't get to see you're outside. You're outside your house. So you're filming the rocket. Then you're going to bring it back inside your house. You're going to pair it up with the video of the launch. And then you're going to have the stage separation at the same time. So there is no delay. There's a delay if you're going to be watching it on TV and then watching the horizon. It's going to be a delay there. But I'm saying we can match it up after. You don't actually need to be watching the live stream. Shit. What was I going to do? You interrupted me and I forgot. I was in the middle of doing something. What was I going to do? So I said something about, I was going to bring up, just to show you where Vandenberg is. Yeah, where are you at? Can you film it? Andrew B? Are you going to be in San Jose? It's at 3:30, I think it said. I have to look again. On Thursday. The telemetry says it's the same height. I believe it was off by 2,000 or 3,000. Telemetry said 23,000, and I think his said 26,000 or something like that. It was about 3,000 off one way or the other. But it was very close. I mean, at least we can make a prediction. So let's see here. If we go to, let me move this over here, just to show you where this Vandenberg is. Okay, so go here in California. You're going to go down right here to the coast. You can just type in Vandenberg here if you want. It's right, this little Vandenberg. Go. There we go. So it's right here on the coast. And it stands at 100 and something feet, I believe. This launch complex right in here. Where's the little launch thing? Over here. So that is at 185 feet, 195 feet high. So it's even higher than that guy probably was. Oh, I actually don't know what his height was. It's higher than I was. So I'm over here in Merced. And for me, this is a little bit of a jaunt. Where are we at here? Sacramento. So Sacramento would be, where is my, oh, there it is. Sacramento would be 266 miles. So I think it even go further. I think you could see it. It was very clear today. I mean, I didn't catch it because reasons, but I don't know how far you could go. Could Chico see it? That's at 350 miles. So if you're somewhere in the Bay Area, in the California, and you can be available on that Thursday, I think it'd be very cool to film it. Just got to look what direction to aim. So if you're in Modesto here, you'll know where to look as it's going to launch from here. And let's make sure we have the time right. We said it was at Thursday at 3. Well, there's a launch window, 3:32. Oh, you can't see that. There you go, 3:32 to 8:03. But today they launched exactly on time, so hopefully they do that. Can I do it from Chicago? Be pretty tough. Pretty difficult. Pretty difficult. Somebody says in the chat, are you a globe believer? I am a believer that the sphere better matches reality than the flat earth by a lot. And that's because of today's show. The flat Earth map has been debunked, disqualified, disproven, and I will show you that and very clearly. And I know the problem here is, and we can get into the rant right now. We'll do that next as soon as we start the show. But I want to show you why those things are. My whole thing this entire time was, if I ever found evidence of the globe, it better be sufficient for me to get off of my beliefs about flat Earth. So I didn't expect to ever find it. But when I did, it kind of, well, we'll get into that one second. Let's finish this up. 3:32 to 8:03, but they launched on time today. Let's hope that they do that. What does it say? It's not hard to watch the launch from the Air Force Base. Yeah, I know, but we're trying to film from, but I think you can go to this website here. Is it this website? If you go to spacelaunchschedule.com, I believe you can actually find out where to get, let me see if I click here. Isn't it here? Yeah, so see this watch in person button? So if you go here, watch in person, then it will take you to the places that you can watch down here near Vandenberg. They don't have any places up by me, but we can still see it. I saw it today. The problem with today was it was very strange. I don't even know how I'm going to mitigate it on Thursday. I started my live stream from my house, and then I got in my car on my phone to go there, and I just had myself kind of bring myself into my own live stream. But in the corner of the screen, I had the launch ready to go. So I left, and then as I got there, I set up my camera. I was ready to go, and then I looked at my feed, and the picture still showed the SpaceX thing like it had never started. So I was like, oh, did they delay it? Are they delaying the launch? I was like, oh, that sucks. So then I searched on my iPad just to look, SpaceX, and then it was 2 minutes into the flight. So it was because I guess you have to click on the SpaceX video in order for it to start. I thought it would just auto start, so that was my bad. My bad. We're going to fix it on Thursday. We're going to try it again. So let's hope for that one. It might be harder to see. I thought this morning it was nighttime today, or it's kind of like, yeah, it was night. It was morning, but it was still dark out. So anyway, that's something that you want to help if you want. Okay, let's get started with the show. I believe we should do that. And then we'll get into the Rant, and then we'll get into all the fun that we've got going. Lots of things to do. Sit down, settle in, and we will get started. It is the #1 show, as I mentioned, and it is on the #1 day, and it is unplugged. What does unplug mean? Well, we're unplugging from the Matrix. We're unplugging from ourselves. We're unplugging from groupthink. We're unplugging from no longer thinking. We're unplugging from a lot. It is Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Like I said, there is no better show on YouTube. Buckle up, strap in. We're about to get freaky with it. It's Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Let's go.
F you to the stress, to the grind, F you to the haters. Every time F you to the drama, to the hype, F you to the mainstream, pushing lies. Unplugged from the Matrix. It's Friday night, unplugged with Mr. Honest and sometimes right. F you to the left, to the right, and F you to the elite parasite. F you to the noise, F you to the fakes, F you to all you weak snowflakes. Friday unplugged, unfiltered and real. Are you offended? How you feel? F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism Friday Unplugged. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism Friday Unplugged.
Let's do it. All right, let's party. Let's get it down. Let's get it done. Let's get it in. Let's get it out. It is time for Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Always honest, sometimes right. That's me. I can't guarantee I'll be right all the time. I can't guarantee I'll be right no times. I can guarantee, well, what did I say? I can't guarantee? No, I can guarantee that I won't be right no times. That's what I meant to say. I can guarantee you to be somewhere in the middle, so that's pretty, I mean, hey, how often do you get a guarantee? Not very often. So I'd be happy if I were you. I'd celebrate that. So we got a whole bunch of things to look at. I don't know if you guys saw, David Weiss came out with a fantastic video yesterday in which he surpassed even Dean Odle for most unlikely possible TFE refutation. I thought that Dean Odle's Satan turned into the sun and went backwards was far-fetched, but no, that one at least I can give Dean Odle credit. Like, Satan probably has the capability to become the sun and go backwards in the sky. However, Dave Weiss thinks that they, whoever they are, faked the sun. I don't know if you guys have ever been outside and looked at the sun, But it would be pretty difficult to fake the sun. Okay, let's think about it. You have to fake light a big old area. You have to bring heat to a big old area. It has to stay in the sky magically. Dave seems to think if you can point a laser at a table and get a little light that looks like a sun, well, then they can do it in the sky. And it brings heat, and you can go down to Antarctic and just shine it around in a circle, and then everybody believes it. That sounds likely, doesn't it? So this is the problem, is that, should we get into the rant now? We probably should. We probably should. It is a rant where I sound off on the crap going on around me. That's what I do. So let's get into it. I think it's important. What we have is a problem, and I'm gonna blame myself here. I reckon I will take responsibility for what's my fault. Okay? So buckle up, because I'm coming in hot, and this is some truth about myself. Yep. It's a confession. I used to think that I had this whole truth thing like figured out, right? Standing tall with my conspiracy theories, my torch in hand, my illuminating of the shadows, my the shadows of deception were being bypassed. And don't get me wrong, sometimes I was onto something, but sometimes that torch was just setting fire to a pile of garbage, and I didn't even notice the smell. So I realized I had a block. Okay, now to the you conspiracy theorists out there, I want you to really listen to what I'm saying, because I realized this after the fact, and maybe you can realize it now. Okay, we have a mental block. It's a big, fat, stubborn mental block, the kind that you don't see because, ironically, you are too busy staring at the things that you've made, looking at the walls that you put up around you. And let me tell you that once the block comes tumbling down, kaboom! It was like somebody cleaned my eyes with Windex or something. So the kicker is that I was the guy. I was the guy that did the bad research. Okay, you know, the kind where you cherry pick facts, like you're at an all-you-can-eat buffet or something, ignoring the stuff that doesn't taste very good, just grabbing the shrimp, grabbing the steak. I had that kind of righteous energy. I was convinced that I was fighting the good fight, when really what I was doing is shadowboxing my own bias. So to my fellow flat earthers out there, to my former fellow flat earthers, if you will, I will say this with love. Please, take a week off. Seriously. Turn off YouTube. Turn off playlists. Stop measuring flight paths. Put down the P900s. Stop looking for Shadowgate, Vapegate, whatever gate you're coming up with this week. Just so you know, I'm telling you, you don't have to believe me, that 100% of the final experiment was real. 100% of the trip was real. So just imagine, you've got MC Toon, you've got Will Duffy, you've got Dave McKeegan, you've got Critical Think, and all of their viewers now know that you guys can't research. So forget about saying space is fake. Forget about saying that the moon landing didn't happen. You've now tarnished your reputation, if you even had one. But if you would have been better off saying it doesn't matter. If all of you would have said it doesn't matter, what is Will Duffy going to say? What is Toon going to say? Yes, it does. And you say, no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. And it would have ended there. Instead, you have gone on witch hunts and made claims that will never be proven because they're false. You've made it sound like you're positive. You figured it out. You know for sure. You've got people like Flatzoid over there every week on his show, every day on his show, saying how fake it was. They know how fake it was. You have completely destroyed your credibility. Completely. And if you ever thought that you were going to ever get a Glober to see that maybe what Flat Earth was saying was true, too bad. Now you can't. You've shown your color. You've shown that you cannot research. You've made me question everything you've ever said. Eric Dubé, I no longer believe a word you've ever said. You are supposedly our best researcher. Look at this guy. He comes out. Look, it's Eric Dubé. Everyone, Eric Dubé. First, he comes out and says the final experiment doesn't matter. Followed with, oh, well, actually, they faked it. Well, which one is it, Eric? Does it not matter, or did we fake it? Because I think you're saying both. So we have a problem here. And the problem is that, oops, that my screen is off. Sorry about that. I meant to go to this screen, but it's not working. Why isn't my thumbnail on there? There we go. That's better. Much better. All right. So Eric Dubé, your issue is kind of a weird camera position, isn't it? Should be over here a little bit. I'll have to move myself over. Let me fix that real quick. I don't like that. I'm sitting in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Go this way. This way. Let's move you this way. Come on over. All right, let's go there. Yeah, that's better. Kind of. Only goes that far. Okay, that'll have to do. That'll have to do. All right. There we go. Scoot over. Thank you. So Eric Debate, I mean, just terrible research. Vika, terrible research. I want to show you guys a video I got. I'm not going to tell you who sent this to me, okay, because I consider the person a friend, and I don't want to embarrass them, but they should be embarrassed, really. I mean, it is a terrible, terrible video, and they sent it to me, and their question was, thoughts? Okay, so mind you, this, come on, what's going on? So they send me a video and say thoughts. So I'm like, okay, well, this is a friend of mine, so I should look at this video. Where is it? Hold on, it's in here somewhere. Fun seconds right here. Oh, is this one of those? Man, I hate Facebook Messenger. Do you have that problem that like the one on your computer doesn't match the one on your phone? Have you seen that? Like it's different messages. It's like doesn't save all. I don't know if that's security feature or something. I don't really know. I like Telegram better for that reason. It doesn't do that. Let me see if I have it here. Now that this thing's screwed up. There it is. All right. Let's watch this video. This is so bad. I mean, I'll just preface it by saying, yeah, somebody sent me this, say, hey, check this video out, what do you think? And you tell me what you guys think of this video. Now, tell me as researchers, as actual people who think they can look into anything, is this video worth even sending to me in the least bit? Let's watch.
But I wasn't even meaning to. I was just going back and forth with it. It's from,
okay, here we go.
on the left is from Geo's, well, not Geo's skydiving, but from the video that he says is the only other video that we've been able to find of 24-hour sun footage from the south. And only some of it can we really even use because it does this like weird circle thing through most of it or whatever. But I wasn't even meaning to. I was just going back and forth with it, and I'm like, oh look, the sun is moving the opposite direction. And he said that it couldn't be done, and I'm accidentally debunking it just while looking at this. But you can see the sky itself does look like it's so much darker at the top. The sun's so much smaller. This is only maybe a couple weeks apart from each other. They were there around the same time at the same place, so there are differences even in this footage.
Okay. That was
from on the left.
Probably the worst video ever made. And Vika puts this out as like a short. Like, guys, we have lost our freaking minds. What are you doing? This girl just said, oh, I was watching this video, and because I could play it backwards and forward, you can watch. She's rewinding it and playing it forward. Right? See how she's rewinding it, then playing it forward. So she says, oh, and they say that the sun can't go the other way, and I just debunked that by doing this. She didn't. She's joking. She is joking. She's not saying the sun went backwards. Listen again. Where does she say the sun went backwards? She's joking.
Because it does this like weird circle thing through most of it or whatever. But I wasn't even meaning to. I was just going back and forth with it, and
I was just going back and forth with it.
I'm like, oh look, the sun is moving the opposite direction, and he said that it couldn't be done, and I'm accidentally debunking it just while looking at this.
Oh yeah, she's accidentally debunking it by looking at this because she's rewinding it and playing it forward. Okay, so that's one thing. So I go back to the guy who sent me this video. I'm like, that's the worst video ever made. Why did you send that to me? He's like, oh, I just want your opinion of it. I'm like, opinion of what? He's like, the sun's going backwards. I'm like, no, it's not. Go watch the video again. Do not send that to me ever again. Then he goes back. Before he goes back, he's like, well, what about the sky being different colors? I'm like, do you know what the camera settings were? How can somebody who thinks that they can research things look at two videos and say the sky looks different and therefore there's a problem? Is it the same exact camera? Well, then one of them has the settings wrong or different. Hello? We don't have the ability to say that. We don't have the ability to know that. You have to send it to me. Then I said, does that not make sense? He's like, yeah, well, what about the other thing? I said, what other thing? He said, the sun is a different size. I said, it's the same thing I just told you. How do you know the settings of the camera? Oh, I don't. Dude, I mean, we are faltering. This is the lowest level of debunking, of inquiry that I've ever seen. And it's embarrassing. And he solidified my decision to get out of the flat earth. I will not be part of people who think that they have the ability to debunk scientists when they think that because the sun is a different size in a video that it's something that they need to bring to my attention. Go take any two cameras outside and film the sun. It will be different. Do you understand? If you rewind videotape, that's not the sun going backwards. That's you rewinding it. When one sky is dark and one sky is bright, that is because of the settings of the camera. These things need to be thought of not by me. You need to be able to figure them out. And like I said, this person's a friend. This person should be way above this level. This video is trash, let alone be brought to my attention. It's trash. Vika made a trash video. It has no reason to be on the internet. There's no reason for this video to exist. It's wrong. It's bringing up things that aren't even relevant. That's like credit to Busted Soul on YouTube. Oh yeah, I'll give a lot of credit. Vika, she was joking, as she clearly said in her laughing. She's like, and I debunked it because look, you said it couldn't be done, and here I am doing it. It's a joke. She's not saying the sun's going backwards. Okay? It's not saying the sun's going backwards. Okay? Moses says, Jaron, does your observations of boats not going over the horizon just disappear and thus racket observation, or you are just picking your facts now? No, I need to relook at everything. Everything that we do, but that's not the same as this video. That's not the same as this video. Did anybody make the boat jokingly go behind the curve? And then I said, that's not actually going behind the curve. And they're like, it's a joke. This was a joke. She's joking. And then it has to do with camera settings. Guess what? It's not camera settings setting boats behind horizons. So get your stuff together. There's a big difference. I told you that I had a mental block that was there, that had to be removed. I want to write a book about it. I can't even explain it. Because when you're in it, you put everything through this filter of basically what you're doing is, okay, the globe is definitely false, right? We've all heard people start out with that. And so everything that you do is a biased position. And we know that you can't be biased. And now, you might say, but Jaron, all the globers are biased too. Yeah, there's a difference. It kind of seems like they're right. They are biased. But what they're talking about sometimes is right. Whereas sometimes we might be right, but not about these particular important things like the shape of the earth. Okay? Let me explain why. We're going to go through it all. Okay? We're going to go through it all. Don't worry. But what I want you to do, flat earthers, is breathe, go outside, hug a tree, hug a globe if you're feeling wild. I don't know. Take a break and think, have I truly looked at everything or just what confirms my beliefs? Because here's the deal. If you're too busy proving what you already believe, you're not looking for the truth. Again, I'll repeat that. If you're too busy proving what you already believe, you're not a truther. You're not looking for the truth. You're defending a position. That's not a truther. And that's a surefire way to keep your mental block nice and sturdy for a very long time. Trust me, stepping back doesn't make you a sellout. People will call you a sellout. Fuck them. F you. Friday Unplugged. It makes you someone who wants to get it right. And that's all that I am. So people can call me sellout. I saw a meme today, because this is all flat earthers can do. They straw man and make memes. So there's a meme of me sitting in a plane saying, I see curvature. At no point have I said I see curvature. But that's all that flat earth has against me, is to make memes because they have nothing else. They shouldn't be in scientific discussions. They shouldn't be in arguments about the shape of the earth. They're not at that place. They're not there. Okay? It doesn't make you a sellout. It makes you somebody who wants to get things right. And that's all that I am. And hey, if you come back to the same conclusions that you're already at, well, at least you know you didn't cut corners. At least you know you tried. But today we're going to tear down that block. I'm going to show you how we tear it down. Because if you want to see the world clearly, then you've got to stop blocking your own view. Now, let me tell you, admitting that is not easy for me to do. It's like finally realizing that, I don't know, you have a piece of toilet paper stuck on your shoe or something, right, with shit all over it. It's embarrassing, But at least when you see it or brings it to your attention, you're now able to remove it. So here's the hard truth. I had a block, a mental fortress that was basically built brick by brick by faulty research, confirmation bias, a little too much time spent convincing myself that I'm this non-biased reviewer. Now, some of you listening right now, some of you flat earth brethren, might have the same fortress built around you and you just don't know it. Now, you are going to say right now, no, I don't, Jaron, no, I don't. I get it. But when we go through some stuff tonight, I hope you open your eye. Hope you open your eyes. And look, I get it. It's cozy in there, right? It feels good to believe that you've cracked the code. Oh, look at me. I've exposed the lies. I've outsmarted this system. But let me tell you, you need to step outside that fortress, break down that wall, and it's like taking a breath of fresh air. For the first time, you'll start to see that the things that you missed were because you were too busy squinting through the lens of your own beliefs, your own manifestations. Okay? So it's infuriating. Let me just explain. The mental gymnastics that I've seen people perform to cling to our pet theories will twist logic into a pretzel, will reject centuries of knowledge, will hold up some grainy YouTube video or some TikTok video that means shit as the pinnacle of evidence while scoffing at people who do this for a living. Scientists actually do dedicate their lives to the understanding of the world. They might be wrong sometimes. They might be biased. But you know what? They know more than fucking the fittest flat earther. They know more than Poji Horji making bullshit TikToks with lies. Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds when we've basically given up on people who dedicate their lives to the understanding of the world? We've turned skepticism into a sport and truth-seeking into a religion. That's the irony. We rail against indoctrination. We talk about it all the time, but we happily drink the Kool-Aid of our own echo chambers. Oh, indoctrination, indoctrination. And then when Stephen Alonzo comes out and says, the flat earth predicted the southern sun, I heard it from everybody. You were indoctrinated. We call ourselves critical thinkers, but how critical are we being if we dismiss every single counter argument? If every time something comes up against our own model, we call it fake news, controlled opposition, then critical thinking is not there. Critical thinking isn't just tearing things down. It's about building something that stands up to scrutiny. Okay, so here's the thing. Truth doesn't care what you believe. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care about your theories or how many hours you spent staring at maps or AE maps or globes. The truth is out there, but it's not going to slap you in the face if you're not ready for it. If you're too busy patting yourself on the back like Dustin Nemos, like King Nico, like Flatzoid, you'll never find it, ever. You're not enlightened. You're the opposite of that. You're the opposite. And let me tell you what's on the other side of your mental block, the clarity that you have. Perspective is there. Humility is there. The realization that maybe, just maybe, you're looking at things wrong. And that's okay. That's how growth happens. That's what happened to me. I feel so much better. I don't have an ounce of regret. Because all of a sudden it's like, oh, and then, I mean, talk about timing. I've watched what's happened to this community the last 2 weeks, and it's disgusting. It's just, if you guys can't see it for yourself, you need to step away for a week and then look back in and see that we've got people that have just devolved into, I don't even know what you call it, the worst research I've ever seen. I can never trust any of those. Sov, can't trust him ever again. Flatzoid, King Nico, Dustin Nemos, these guys who believe in the moon, Dubé, these guys who believed in the, and now we got to add Marty Leeds to that. Give me a break. Marty Leeds thinks that he said they could easily fake the sun. It's easy. It's easy to fake the sun. Go look at my footage. This is another thing. We'll get into the footage thing. But I realize now that nobody's looked at my footage because they're afraid to. Do you understand? If you're a flat earther and you've already made the decision, Jaren's fake, Witset's fake, I'm not looking at this final experiment, those people are afraid to look at the footage. Because of why? Well, because they know what it'll do. That's the mental block I'm talking about. Okay? That's how growth happens. The first thing you got to admit is that you were wrong and then start getting it right. So let's tear down those mental blocks, huh? And we don't tear them down with hammers. We tear them down with humility, deep breaths, a willingness to question not just the world, but ourselves. If you actually want the truth, you've got to stop protecting your beliefs and start challenging them. So let's dig into this mess and see what's actually real, okay? And we're going to start with something simple. The question of today's show I thought I was on the screen again. The question of today's show is the falsification, or not the question, but the falsification of the only flat Earth map. Now, I've asked many people this week if they think that the AE map is the only flat Earth map, and they all said, no, what are you talking about? No, it's not. It's not. Like, okay, so what is it? What is another version of the flat Earth map then? And you know what they can do? They can't tell me. So I want to make sure you guys understand. Oops, sorry. I'm just trying to bring something up here, which is not working. I want you guys to understand that the AE map is the only flat Earth map. Jaron, how can you say that? There can be no other map. There can be no other map. Jaron, you can't say that. Yes, you can. Let me explain why. There's things in this world that we know for a fact are true. Do we know for a fact that Polaris is above the North Pole? Can somebody tell me that? Can you say that Polaris is above the North Pole? Yeah, we can. Can we say that compasses all point north, and if we all took the compass and walked north, would we all run into each other? And I don't think anybody would say no. Okay, we know that that's the case. Do we know where the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer are, and can they be moved? If you're answering they can, they cannot. These are not arbitrary things placed there by man. These are places that are the furthest the sun goes. Okay? Furthest the sun goes. So the sun travels between the tropics from June to December and back. And that's the farthest it goes. Is the equator something that we can move? The answer is no. The equator is the place that the sun travels above at the equinox. Now, do we know where those places are in regards to the ground? The answer is yes, of course. The Tropic of Capricorn is a place that has to cross the places on the land, because how do we know? Well, on June 21st, there's a bunch of places on the Earth that get no shadow. Those places are the Tropic of Cancer. There's a bunch of people on December 21st that get no shadow. That is the Tropic of Capricorn. They cannot be changed. There is no way to change them. That's life. So, if you haven't realized it yet, just by me telling you that, think about it. Think about what I just said. So, we've got circles on the Earth that we can't move. They have to be where they're at with the continents. So, if we're going to build a new map, we're like, yeah, we don't want to do the AE map. We don't like that map. It doesn't work. It's been debunked, right? Yeah, okay, it's been debunked. So, let's get a new one, right? Okay, let's get a new one. Well, the problem with that is you will always come back to the AE map. There is no other flat Earth map. It's impossible. Now, you could say, well, what about a North and a South Pole map, Jaron, like a Flat Earth tests have or something like that? Well, no, because it doesn't match reality, which we know is the case, like the tropics. We know that the sun never rises in the west for anybody. Do we know that? Can we not say that? Now, flat earthers, because it goes against their model right now, they're going to be apprehensive. Well, I don't know if we can say that. Z says that we don't know anything. Z says we don't know where the sun is, Jaron. It's apparent. No, it's not apparent when you have a shadow that doesn't appear because the sun's right above your head. That's not apparent. That's where the sun is. Wake up. So, do you understand that we cannot make, if we erase the map, we're okay, let's get rid of the AE map. Let's start all over. All right, what do we want to start with first? Let's put a North Pole down. All right, North Pole, it's down. Polaris above that. Okay, good. Lay out the continents. All right, I did. Ah, shit. It's the AE map. Start over. Erase it. Okay, lay out the continents first. Okay, I lay them out like this. Oh, you have Africa, but no, those are in the wrong place. It doesn't match the tropics. Oh, put them where the tropics go? Yeah, those are mandatory. Okay, put it back. Right. Now put a North Pole. Okay. Now put a Polaris, right? What do you have? Oh, fuck, it's the AE map. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? As Hulk Hogan would say, what are you going to do when these 24-inch pythons go wild on you? Thank you, Enrique. Nice job. Way to be quick with the sound effects. I do appreciate that. Thank you for that. What are you going to do? You're going to drink your milk and eat your vitamins and place the tropics where they go and place the equator where they go, and the sun travels above them, and the North Pole's in the center, and you have an AE map. So you can believe because other flat earthers tell you that there's other maps, or that they're like, oh, it's a false dichotomy, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. Oh, I got it, Jaron. It's rising. It's going up. It's rising up. The Earth is rising, but it's the same map, guys. Fuck. You mean it's the AE? Has to be the AE. God damn it. Thought we had it. It's rising up, though, Jaron. Come on. Isn't that a different model, though, Jaron? Nope. You still have to have the same continents. These are not options. These are not options. So, I don't know. Let me do a poll here. I'm going to do a poll, and let's see what kind of... Oh, did I have a poll earlier or no? I guess I didn't do a poll. I'm going to try a poll real quick. I'm just going to ask you, is the AE map the only flat earth map? Let's start a poll. Is the AE map the only flat earth map? And let's just see if people might be really stubborn. They might be like, I'm never going to say it, Jaron. I'll never say that the AE map, because you never know, Jaron. Somebody could come up with one. They could figure out a way that the continents are different. They could figure out a way that the tropics actually don't go the way that we think. That the no shadows are way further south. I mean, whatever. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I better be above 80%. Don't do that to me. Give me at least 1 out of 5 or 4 out of 5. Got it. Jeez, that's terrible. Yeah, there we go. Knock it up. The AE map is the only flat earth map. If you're going to argue with that, then you're arguing against reality. You're not arguing against flat earth. You're not arguing against globe earth. You're not on globe side. You're not globe cuck. You're not, whatever you want to call it, glober. You are simply answering to reality. You're saying, oh, you're right. The sun can't go above other areas that we know it doesn't go above. It travels above the tropics on the two ends of the solstices, and it travels above the equator on the equinox. That's life. Okay, so the continents are not changing. Now, could you be like, Jaron, Australia is a little bit moved this way, and actually, South America is a little twisted. I'm not talking about that. That's not going to change anything. That's still an AE map. It's just an AE map with a twisted South America. The fact is, the only flat map that can exist is the AE. Now, let me explain one other thing, just so you're not making a mistake here. You could, technically, make the North Pole the outskirts and the South Pole the center, but it's still an AE map. Do you understand? It wouldn't change anything. Rather than the problem that we had down in the South, you could say, well, Jaron, the South is actually in the center. You were actually at the center of the flat Earth, and the sun was going around you. And then actually in the North, that's now the outskirts. That's possible. But we would have the same problem in the North. Same problem. So it's still an AE map. It's still the same map. It's still the only map of the flat Earth. There'll never be another one. In your lifetime, in my lifetime, in your children's lifetimes, in their grandchildren, there will never be another flat Earth map. There can't be. So this is like, I've known that the whole time. So why do you think I stayed so attached to it? Because I said, okay, we can explain that away. We can explain that away. Oh yeah, we don't know how to explain that. Put it on the shelf. We'll get to it. And then eventually you get the sledgehammer, which is the south sun, which clearly goes down and to the left in the southwest. When we were in Punta Arenas, it barely dipped but 10 degrees under the horizon. How do I know that? Well, I watched it. We were at a place in Antarctica that was at the sun at 35. We'll look at it in a little bit, 35 and 15. We went back to Punta Arenas. That was 1,700 miles. 1,700 miles divided by 69 equals 25. So it's 25 degrees of change, meaning that as we flew back, the sun that was 15 degrees above the horizon dips down. Instead of 15, it's going 25 degrees lower, which puts it at negative 10. So from Punta Arenas, we look at the southern sun and it dips under the horizon by 10 degrees. Yes, you heard me correctly. The sun goes under the earth. Sorry. There's no other option. Why do we know that? Because the sun otherwise is going backwards in an unexplained magical place. I don't know what you call it. And we got researchers like this. Let me show you another one we got. What is on the screen for that? Hopefully I saved this. I think I did. Please let me save it. Oh, I know where it's at. It's in here. Somebody. Let me find the Arctic Reflections, terrible videos. Oops. But he did have a funny one that I didn't even know existed, but I was like, dude, this guy... I love when people think that they're like going to call me out because they're so smart, and then they're just dumb. It's like, way to go. Arctic Reflections, where are you at? Let's just go to his channel. I'm not going to worry about this. He has a video that Arctic Reflections, and you'll see this. We'll be looking at the chat in a little bit. I'm not looking right this second. Arctic Reflections. All right, this is good. We'll move it over here. We've got, oh, the percentages have dropped drastically. Man, this is what I'm saying here is you can already see the inability for flat earthers to face reality. What I'm saying is reality. I'm just saying there's no other map. Now they'll say, yes, there is. They can't provide one. They can't. What are they going to change? Well, Jaron, what if we tilt Chicago on its side? Nope, not going to change anything. The tropics are the tropics. The equator is the equator. The sun circles around the North Pole. That's it. That's the A map. Can't do anything else. You can pretend. Have fun. Okay, you can pretend. Let me see here. We're going videos. Where is this one? Yeah, this is it. Look at this. This is hilarious. It's like these people. Can I please turn on the YouTube solo and take off the thumbnail? Thank you. You know who this is? Now, I want you to hear what he says. It's just hilarious. Watch this. Watch this. Not that.
One thing you can't accuse flat earthers of
Stop it. We don't want to hear you.
talking about.
Okay, so watch this. By the way, this is the person that won in my Flat Earth Flatulence You Stink Awards. He got best tits, and I forgot to give it to him. So, congratulations, Dan Pratt. Watch this. Is that your breath, Darth Vader? Luke, I don't know shit. Stop breathing like that. You're making me... What?
Look at that. When I take a flashlight...
Okay, he's taking a flashlight.
Clearly moving left to right.
Okay, so, well, that's not really left to right. He's moving around this way. Now, we can pretend that this is a flat earth, right? Is he going in the way the sun goes? Yes. He's going in a clockwise motion. He's going this way, right? So let's see what he says.
Behind a glass of
Right, he's behind the glass of water. He's moving that way.
water. In the glass of water, it starts moving right to left.
No, it doesn't. It's going the same way, dude. If you're moving clockwise, so is the reflection. You're brilliant. Yeah, now you move it back counterclockwise. Thank you very much. Super chat from Willie Merck. And it's going to move back this way. This is how clueless this guy is.
But because the sun moves right to left in Antarctica, it has to be a globe, Jaron?
No, not because the sun moves right to left in Antarctica, it's a globe. It's because the sun moves left to right in the north, and 6 months later, the sun moves right to left in the south. Do you understand? That's why it's a globe, amongst other things. But we'll get to that. But what you're showing isn't even what you're saying. You're saying, I'm moving the light this way, and it's moving the opposite way in the back. No. If you're moving clockwise or counterclockwise, the thing's doing the same thing on the other side.
There's no possible way?
No. I'll show you why.
It could be an optical illusion?
Oh, the sun is an optical illusion down there? So here's what this is what Flat Earth has devolved to now. That because the observations match a sphere, that it has to be, that it's better if it's an optical illusion. So we now have to believe that God made the world explainable by being on a sphere. But we are such God's children that we refuse to accept that. We're like, oh no, but he meant that it's flat, and he made an optical illusion so that we would pick it up and we would know that we should get the optical illusion as truth. The optical illusion is truth, not the one that predicts where the sun is. There's a model that predicts exactly where the sun is, and there's a optical illusion. It's probably the optical illusion. That makes sense. You're right. Let's go with the optical illusion. Good job, Dan. Good job.
Huh.
What are you showing?
Sure about that?
Yeah.
Big guy?
Yeah. Are you
Maybe you're just
what?
tired of scraping by on those.
Maybe you're just tired of scraping by. I'm gonna put this light out across this.
Look at that. When I take a flashlight,
When you take a flashlight and what?
clearly moving left to right
I don't know what you-
behind the glass.
I'm hoping that it's because the camera's reversed. Because you're moving not left to right. You're moving right to left. But regardless, you're moving clockwise at this point from our view. Like, let's say we're above a flat Earth and the sun's moving the way it does. So then in the south, it needs to be going the other direction. Do you understand? Not the same.
Glass of water.
Yeah.
In the glass of water,
It's coming this
starts
way.
moving right to left.
No, sorry. It's going the same way. It's clockwise. You need it to go the opposite way. I mean, don't mention my name in your videos if you can't get anything right. Don't mention my name. You look retarded. At least you won Best Hits. Do I have a song for Best Hits? I don't think so.
Ugly hermaphrodite.
It's good enough. Thank you very much for that. Way to go, Enrique. That was quick. Good job on the sound effects. All right, so I don't know what this guy's talking about, but he's wrong. And let me show you why he's wrong and why we should recognize this right away. Okay, so do you know that the AE map, besides the problem that it has with the South Pole, besides the problem that it has with the left turning sun or the right to left sun, besides the problem that it has with an upside down sun, besides the fact that it has a problem with the moon going the opposite direction, besides the fact that it has a problem with the moon upside down, besides the fact that it has a problem with circumpolar stars, besides the fact that it has a problem with southern rotation, besides the fact of all that, the AE map doesn't work because it doesn't even predict sunrise, sunset. Okay, to me, the sun, whether people want to say, oh, you're using the sun to measure the ground. Okay, again, how many times do I have to tell you this? If you have a layout where you think you live, great. As long as there's something that's consistent above you, you can use that to determine the ground. Anybody who says you can't is David Weiss or somebody who heard it from him. Do you understand? It's not true. You are just repeating. You've been indoctrinated. You can absolutely, if you had something on the ceiling of your house that rotated like this for thousands of years, and you knew the rotation, do you realize that you'd be able to look at a map of your house and be able to determine if it was right based on that light in the sky or that light on the ceiling? And if you can't realize that, then you're just not thinking. You're just believing in your religious beliefs, and you don't want to go further than that. So let's listen. If we know the sun's path, we do, then we can take a map and say, does this match the sun? Now, flat earthers will tell you, oh, they reverse engineered it. Okay, if it's that easy to reverse engineer, what you're saying is they took the sky observations and then made them onto a sphere, right? So then why don't you take the sky observations and make them onto a flat earth? There's a problem. It'll never work. Why? Because we have a sun that goes backwards and upside down. We have a moon that goes backwards and upside down. How are you going to make a flat map that has a sun that we know its orbit, it goes in a circle around the tropics? How are you going to magically make that sun turn around, go down south to Antarctica, and hang out there for a couple days, a couple months, when you have to get the sun over to Australia and everywhere else it needs to be? So this is not even difficult. This is why I think flat earth should be gone. At this point, it should be gone. We can still keep all the other things. We can still keep the friendliness, the chats, the everything. But the idea of the AE map, the idea that there will ever be a flat map that explains the world, should be gone. And here's why. If you go to that Andrew Marsh site, let me bring it up here for you. And it's in my t.me/Jeranism links. Very important here. If you need to follow this, because you have every right to believe what you want. So if you want to believe in the flat earth, but you shouldn't be watching the show. Like, if it's just a religious belief and you don't care about evidence, you don't care about what actually matches reality, I don't have any problem with that. Just remove yourself from the discussion and go be a flat earther. Nobody cares. People can believe whatever they want. I don't care. You can believe in the globe, you can believe in the flat earth, you can believe whatever you want. But if you're going to be stepping up into scientific discussions and being like, I have no model, I make no claims, I'm here to debate. No, you don't get to debate. You don't get to debate. You don't have a model. You don't have anything. So what are you bringing to the table? Well, I'm going to disprove the sphere. Okay. I know you say that, but if you're going to disprove the sphere or show that it has problems, then you have to have something that's at least a little better, or at least close, or something that works. If you don't, I don't really know what you're doing. I get it. What do they say? Replacement is independent of falsification or whatever. Sure, if you can falsify the globe, then go ahead. But I'm talking about right now the falsification of sunrise, sunset. And I do not think you can. In fact, I'm willing to bet money. So here's the bet. Anybody who's looking to make some money off me, here we go. I'll bet you whatever you want. You just need to come up with a map. That if you choose a place on the earth, okay, just choose a city, state, or a country, capital, whatever. Choose a place on the earth and see if the globe earth, the spherical earth map, it is a map, it is a model. Anybody telling you the globe earth doesn't have a model, what are you talking about? It's called the globe. So all I want you to do is find one location that doesn't match the model for sunrise, sunset. If you can't realize that, wait a second, Jaron, what you're saying is that we have an AE map that doesn't match any part of reality. Pretty much. It lays out the continents well. It lays out the tropics well. But south of the Tropic of Capricorn, it falls apart. It doesn't have any way to describe the South Pole. It doesn't have any way to describe circumpolar stars. Doesn't have any way to describe southern stars. So, yes, that is what I'm saying about the A map. Now you're saying, Jaron, that there's a globe map. Yes, it's called the globe. You can go to Google Earth if you like. That I can place myself anywhere in the world. Correct. Anywhere on that map, on the globe. And it will correctly predict where the sun will rise and set every day? Yeah. Will it know in 300 years? Yes. 500 years? Yes. So that's all we need. As flat earthers, if we grew up together today, we would say, okay, if we can map the earth on a sphere and it matches our observations of the sun, and no other map in history has ever been able to do that, it's probably right. Now, I know it's weird. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Well, what are you saying, Jaron? You're upside down? Well, you got to learn what that's about. You got to learn to accept that there is no upside down. It is if you're talking about in relation to something else. So am I upside down in relation to people in Australia? Yes. However, nobody's upside down. Everybody is living on the earth. When I was in Antarctica, do you think I felt like I was upside down? Of course not. I was living on the earth. That's where I was. I was on the earth. You were on the earth. Now you can say, did you feel like upside down? Was your hair falling? Was rain falling upside down? That's just a lack of understanding. Now I get it. I was there with you. And I really thought, like, no, the world can't work that way. The world has to be flat. That's the way things work. That's very simplistic. I get it. It felt better. But when evidence smacks you in the face with a big backhand, you have to accept it. To refute it, to turn it down, is to spit in the face of the creator. It is to spit in the face of reality. The globe model perfectly predicts sunrise, sunset for every single location on Earth. Give them a fucking hand. Give them a round of applause. Who are we to simply be... Now again, I'm going to put... You're probably losing me if you're like, oh, but Jaron, you used to believe all this. No shit. I thought the AE map was better. I thought the AE map provided answers for the seasons better. It was simple. It made sense. The waters stay in the holdings of the perimeter. The outskirts is too dangerous. Don't go there. It's snowy. It's ice. Don't go there. Everything makes sense. The sun and moon, they orbit around. Everything's cool right above. Everything's close and small. 32 miles of sun in diameter. I believed that as well. But then I was shown that map is untenable with reality. So I said, shit. All right, what do I do if my map that I thought was true no longer works in reality? Is there a map out there that does? Now, for some reason, I was under the impression that the globe had issues because we always hear people say the globe doesn't have a model. And I had never really dove into it. But when you do, you have a rude awakening. And this is what happened on my trip when I flew down there, is I was paying very close attention to what the sun was doing. I believe that God gave us his only son to be a guiding light for the world. It's an allegory for the sun. S-U-N, S-O-N. So this is the model right here that you should, if you're a flat earther and you don't play with it, and here's the thing, I don't think anybody will, because you know what it will come to in your mind. You're going to say, this looks ridiculous. We can't live on that, Jaron. Okay, if that's true, then how would we be able to map everything the sun does? Don't you see that's a paradox? How would it be possible to map the world on a sphere where you can go to any place on the sphere and it will predict perfectly, mathematically, the rise and set of the sun? Let me show you something else it predicts. If you look up here in the left-hand corner, you're going to see where it says here, date, time, and you'll notice here it says rise, set, and daylight time. I want you to watch the daylight time, okay? As I take, oops, that's the date. I want to go to a longitude. Hold on one second. So if we grab the longitude here, okay. So we're going to take this here, and we're going to go to longitude, okay. So now we're going to take the time of year, okay. So I want you to see that as we move here and here, you'll notice, look at the time of day, how it stays the same. Because why? See where it says daylight hours? Why does it stay the same? Because we're on the equator. See where we're at here on the Earth? Oh, we're kind of close enough. Okay, so we get the same, that's why it's varying a little bit. But this is not something that is make-believe. We can go and test this ourselves. We don't need NASA for this. You might say, with this ball, Jaron, no, we don't need NASA. We don't need NASA at all. We don't need space agencies. Do we know where the equator is based on where the sun is on the equinox? Yes. Go stand there. Watch the daylight time. Is it 12 hours every single day? Wonder why that would be. Now I want to show you something. We're going to move our location. This should be a little better screen. You can't see the whole thing. Hold on. Let me make it a little better so you can see the whole thing. There we go. That's better. I want you to be able to see what I'm doing so you can do it yourselves. All right. So maybe just a little bigger. There. Okay. That fits? Yeah. Good enough. Oops. All right. Transition. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to change our location to, let's go latitude. Let's go up to the North Pole up here. Okay. Do you notice something going on with the daylight hours up there? Watch the daylight. Now it's 0. Why is that? Why is the daylight hours 0? And as we bring it down, watch the daylight hours. 10. I'm sorry. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. Come on, go up here. There we go. 13. Where do you think it's going? Keep going. 14. 15. 16. 17, 18, all the way to 24. So on a sphere, like we are told we live on, it works perfectly with the daylight hours. Simply moving the latitude from all the way at 90, watch it again, it's at 24, 17, 16, 15, 12 when it gets to the equator, 11, 10, 9, 8, and back to 0. Now, if we change the date, let's go to the date. Get out of here. We're going to change the date instead to June 21st. Guess what just happened? Remember, we're now at the southern summer. Look at the map up here and look at this. Now the north is at 24 hours. What do you think happens if I drag the time back? Right? I mean the location back. If we take this and go back, what's going to happen? We're going to go right back to where we were. Look at the numbers again. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Again at the equator. And it's just the opposite. How could the Earth be the opposite, north and south, and it not be a sphere? What kind of world do we think exists to where the daylight hours are perfectly opposite 6 months later across an entire ball? And we could change this. We could change the location of the ball. We can move wherever we want. Go over here. Go back to longitude. Bring this over here. Oops, where's my longitude guy? Oh, we're up. Where are we at? Down low? Oh, that's why. Okay, bring it back to, now we're on this side, right? But it's going to be the same. Now move your latitude. Watch this daylight hours. Again, this works everywhere. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way back up to 24 at the top. Why? Because we know we're on June 21st. Imagine what we know with the sun. That's why I said when I got down to the south, I realized, oh shit, the sun is a compass. I could use the sun to get to the South Pole without a GPS, without a compass. The sun does it all for me. The sun explains where we live. We don't need to worry about anything else. We don't care about the stars. We don't care about anything else. Worry about the sun. Think about it. We've got it. The most important thing that there is in life, the sun. The sun. You want to be a flat earther that I call penises? The penises, of course, are flat earthers, not including the sun. because they believe in the flat earth, but they don't want to incorporate the sun because the sun disproves the flat earth. So they've just chosen to say, you can't tell what the ground is by the... What do you mean? We're looking at the lights in the sky here, and it's exactly describing a sphere, and you want to turn your back on it. You want to say that cannot be true because I don't believe I live there. Great, but what do you do when evidence tells you that everything matches living there? If that is spitting in the face of the Creator to me. That is spitting in the face of what is true. And I'm sorry that it took me 9 years to figure it out. I asked 9 years ago for evidence of the globe, and I thought that they did poorly. Everywhere I looked, there wasn't evidence. Now looking back, there was some evidence along the way. None of it was conclusive. The conclusiveness of the final experiment was a shocker to me. Now, if you want to believe like Dave Weiss, because he has no choice but to say that the sun was faked, because the only other choice is what? Saying, oh, that was the sun, and then what comes after that? If you accept that the sun was in the sky for 24 hours a day in the south, do you realize what the next logical conclusion is? That the AE map is wrong. What if the AE map is wrong? Then there is no flat map. What if there's no flat map? Then we better choose another option. What is the only other option? The one that models it perfectly. So, I don't know how you get this across to people, because you have to plant seeds. I'll never convince you, so I'm not trying to convince you. I'm planting seeds. I want you to come and play with this model. I want you to play with the times, the longitude, the latitude. You can do all kinds of things. You can make it heliocentric. You can make it geocentric. You can make it choose different settings here. You can go to the autumn-fall equinox. You can go to the local noon. You can go to whatever. Okay, you can go over here, add multiple views, show longitude, latitude angles, show illuminating sunbeam. You can add the sun angles. You can take off the sun direction, whatever you want. You can change the date and time. You can change this. You can go here and look at all these different options for views. Here, 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 here. Fit to canvas, eye azimuth, field of view, all there. But once you realize that this model that we're playing with matches reality, I just want you to understand, if you believe in the AE map, recognize that it matches reality 0. 0. The only thing it matches is water lies level, and the AE map shows water lying level. That's about it. Okay, that's where it ends. It doesn't match any other observations. It doesn't even match sunrise, sunset times. It doesn't even match the Canigou going behind the mountain. I'm sorry, the sun going behind Canigou. The angles are way off. If you look at an AE map, you're talking night and day where the angles are. I'll see if I can bring that up for you so you can see that. Now, I want to check the chat, but not right yet. I'm going to wait a little bit because are people losing their mind? Yeah, always think that they are. Because they're just not listening. They're not allowing themselves to be free of their current beliefs. Like, it's okay to release yourself of your current flat earthness and say, okay, let me think of things open-mindedly now. Jaren's saying there's a model. Okay, yeah, we don't live on a model. Okay, we got it. We don't live on a model. But models are meant to represent things. So if this sphere is representing something, and we're able to map the world on it, everywhere that everybody lives, everybody who's ever lived on the earth lives somewhere on that sphere that's been mapped. And if we go there and we watch the sunrise and sunset, and then we go to the model, how could it predict it? If it's not true, how could something predict something perfectly? How could you have a model that predicts things perfectly, but isn't true? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Again, doesn't mean that believe in the moon landings, believe in NASA, we don't need them. No part of what I'm talking about right now is NASA. The sun is the sun. The earth is the earth. Somebody mapped it for us. They said, here, this is where everybody lives on here. We figured it out. And we come along and say, F you, we would rather live here where nobody's figured it out. Oh, but yours doesn't match reality. Yeah, but still, it's, God said, the Bible said, and Earth said. So, yeah, but it doesn't match reality. Like, it doesn't match the real world. Yeah, but neither does yours because we don't live on a sphere. Okay, that's fine. If that's, I get it. I've taken that position myself. But that's when I thought the AE map was tenable. Because I believe that science is the making of claims and which claim better matches reality. I don't feel like I live on a ball. I don't feel like people are upside down. I don't feel like I'm spinning. I don't feel like I'm flying through space. So if somebody presents me the AE map, I'm like, this is better. This makes more sense. The problem becomes it's a fanciful imagination place. It's Narnia. Think about it. We call space Narnia. I made a video, right? Narnia holes. Oakley calls it Narnia. But the actual truth is the flat earth is Narnia. The flat earth is the place that doesn't exist in reality. We call the globe and space Narnia, but they actually do exist. Now, how do they all work? Is it a vacuum? Is it a shell? What are the size of the planets? I'm not even talking about that yet. That's down the road. You don't have to adopt that to figure out where we live. You have to build baby steps. And I feel like we threw the baby out with the bathwater. If you're somebody who says, but dark matter, Jaren, dark energy, they don't have an answer to the 3-body problem. Who gives a motherfuck? That has nothing to do with where we live. If somebody can map the world on a sphere, and again, I get the flat earthers who say all the time, yeah, but it's contrived, it's reverse engineered. Okay, if that's all you have to do is just take a look at the sky and then reverse engineer it onto a flat map, go ahead. And if you haven't realized yet why I'm saying that, it's because we just got done explaining that a flat map can only be an AE map. So go ahead, try and map the Earth again on the AE map, and again we'll go down south, and again the sun will go the wrong way. So you can either keep believing in something that will never be true. Catch my words here. It's very simple, very easy to understand. The flat Earth, remember I told you this. If you're in flat Earth for another year, 10 years, 20 years, when you get to the end of that rope, remember I said this. The Earth will never be flat. There'll never be a flat map that matches reality because it's impossible. Now, it took me 9 years to realize that. And I don't want to teach the globe. I don't want to sit here every week and explain it to flat earthers. I don't want to. We were taught it in school. We got to a point where we didn't believe it anymore. We thought that we had a replacement. We found out the replacement was wrong. It took us too long. Why? Confirmation bias. Bad research. I blame myself. When you feel like you're fighting the good fight, when you're like, no, the globalists are evil and wicked, and the flat earthers are great and good people, you believe that, and so you let everything go through your filter like that. You dismiss southern observations. You dismiss the 24-hour sun. You dismiss things like that, or say, there is no evidence. I couldn't find evidence, right? I looked. There was cut video cameras. Now, when that happens, now I look at it and go, oh, was this part of a psyop? Think about what they've done. They've made it so that people now believe that the elite, they, are so powerful, they faked the sun. They think that they're so powerful, they could lie to us about where we live. Do you understand that that's good for them? You're afraid of them. This is why everybody said, don't go to Antarctica, Jaron. Don't go. They're going to hurt you. They're going to kill you. They're going to take down the plane. It's because we now believe that the government is so powerful. The people that own this world are so overarching that they lied to us about where we live. Think about it. People have to do work every day, fly planes, sail boats, travel, go places, watch the sunrise, watch the sunset, track it. They can't lie to you about where you live. Could they lie to us about us being in a heliocentric universe or geocentric? Sure, I'm not talking about that. It's the equivalent of saying like, well, Jaron Sandy Hook was fake, and then you're like, yeah, but was Sandy Hook fake? The school? Or is there a school called, the place is real, but the events that are saying are happened, whatever, right? You get my point. The place of the earth is not the lie. The lie is other than that. But they've convinced you that they're so powerful they could actually lie to us about where we live. They cannot. Because, and I didn't realize this until I went out and traveled down south and I said, holy shit, the sun tells me where I live. The sun does not work and will never work on any AE map because I've been in the north my whole life. Watch the sun do what it does every day. I went south and it goes the other direction. Well, right away, that tells you right there. Tells you right there. Somehow, something's upside down. So did I go upside down? Did I travel in a way that would cause me to go upside down? Oh, I did travel half the world. That would cause me to go upside down if the earth was a ball. So why do this is what I'm trying to get across. Why would observations match the sphere perfectly if we don't live there? But then what you have to believe is that God is a deceiver. Your creator is lying to you. He made the world that can be explained perfectly by you living on a sphere. And I feel like this is what's so spit in the face of the Creator. That how beautiful is it if God made the world as a sphere so that no matter where you're at on it, it's flat, it's level. Water lies flat. That's true. Just because Globers try and argue with you, they just don't want to ever give Flat Earth anything. So they will never tell you that, yes, the water lies flat and level on the globe. The ground is flat and level below your feet, Brother Sanchez. It's flat and level below our feet. It's always going to be flat. Water lies flat. Yeah, that's the globe argument. Come up with something new. You are repeating what the actual truth of the globe is. Now, we can't fathom that because we are too small to think about being on a globe. When we think of a globe, we think of a baseball, basketball. We picture a ball. The ball has curvature. If we were on it, it would be curved. Get you. I get you. Have you ever flown across the United States? Look at this little area of the United States here. It takes 5 hours to fly from here to here. 5 hours in a fucking airplane. The Earth is gigantic. Now, everybody takes that from me. Oh, Jaron says if we live on a bigger Earth. No, I didn't. I never said that. It cannot be a bigger Earth. Why? Because it's mapped perfectly as is. How could it be bigger? Where would there be extra globe? How could that work? Then the sunrise sunset wouldn't work. You should start to get that the sunrise sunset, if we go to anywhere on, if you believe in SunCalc, which I think most people do, let's go to SunCalc, grab any place, and you can go and debunk it. Let's go to SunCalc. Let's pick, I don't know, Atlanta, Georgia, or something. Okay, somewhere we can go. Let's go to Florida. Florida sounds good. Oops. Come on. What did you have for? Okay, go over here. We're going to go to Miami. Okay, so we're going to Miami. We are on today, which is the 24th. Let's look at where sunrise, sunset are. Now, again, this isn't a sphere because this is mathematical, number one, and it's a different map. Excuse me. It's not a sphere map. This is a Mercator or something. So let's look at sunrise time is going to be there, which is, it says it over here. So I'm going to write these down. We got 7:08 sunrise on, oops. And remember, as we move away, I have to go back and do that again, but remember when we were moving, we saw that the way that the sun, the daylight time changed per our location. So we're going Miami. Come on. What's it doing? Man, anybody else have a problem with the Apple Pencil? Just every once in a while, just like, I'm not working today. All right, Miami, we have sunrise at 7:08. And we've got sunset at 17:59. Okay, that's Miami on January 24th. So remember, this is just mathematical. We don't need to worry about this. But if you then went to Miami and you watched, how many people think that the sunrise sunset would be at those times? Give or take a minute. And I don't think anybody would say it doesn't. Right? Good. Unsubscribe, True Earth Knowledge. Unsubscribe because you're a truther who doesn't want to hear the truth. You guys are jokes, all of you. Just letting you know. Here's the thing. It's like so funny that everybody listened to me. Everybody, oh, Jaren's great. Until I started saying stuff against the flat earth, then they all bailed. Do you understand that that's exactly what I'm saying? That you don't take information that goes against your current beliefs. You're not a truth seeker. You are a biased religious pusher. You're pushing your religion, and because I'm not agreeing with your religion, I'm out of here, unsubscribing. This is not my religion. I need my religion. Please repeat what I already believe so that I can walk out of here and feel like I believed right. Wait, you got something to say that's different than my religion? I'm out of here. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe. I got to get out of here. I can't listen to this anymore. You're saying things differently than I believe. I'm a truth seeker, goddammit. I seek truth, and you're saying something different than I believe. I'm out of here. How dare you try and tell me new truths? I'm a truth seeker. I already know every truth that there is, and I'm here to seek the truth. Wait, don't you already know all the truth? Yeah, I know it all. The flat earth, it's everything's, I know it all. Of course, I just need you to repeat it to me every day so I can sleep at night. And the second that you say the earth might be a sphere, I can't take it. I'm out of here. Getting out of here. Unsubscribe. Truther. I'm the real truther. I already know the truth, and I just come here to listen to you tell me the truth again. Okay, makes sense. Good job. All right, so we got that. We're good. So now we're going to Miami on because this is not a model. Don't call this a model. Don't say it's a model. This is not a model. This is a mathematical website. Okay? It's not a model. It doesn't have the sun at the right size. It doesn't have the right, all that stuff. Back to this. This is a model. Okay, so we're going to turn off these ugly lights that are bothering me. Sun angles we don't need. Sun direct. Oh, we didn't want that. What's just that green line? I don't remember. Where is that? Oh, here. No. Oh, yeah, that one. We don't need that. And show. Okay. The sunbeam is kind of nice to see. We'll get back to that. Okay, but we're going to go to Miami. It would be easier if I had these coordinates for it. Where's the coordinates? Am I blind? Oh, here, geodata. All right, so we're at 25 and 80. So we're going to go to here, and we're going to go 25 and 80. Go longitude. I don't remember which one was which, but this one is going to be 25-ish there, and 80 this way. All right, so there's our Miami location. And we're going to the date of today, January the 24th. Up this up. January the 24th. So just imagine what I'm about to show you. If this model shows the sun rising and setting at the exact time that it does, can we say we don't live there? If the mathematics and geometry and observations match perfectly, can we say we don't live there? What gives us that right? Unless, and again, this is where I'm drawing a caveat. If we have a better model, meaning if there's another model that's flat that shows the same thing, guess what? I'm going with the flat one. The flat one meets my observations. It meets my senses. Water lies flat and level. The flat map, great, perfect. I want that one. Jaron, there is no such thing. Why? Because it has to be the A map? I knew it. It's the A map. The A map has been debunked, been disqualified. It's been falsified. So then we only have one other option. There can't. This is why people are. It's a false dichotomy. What is a false dichotomy? What is the other option? It's flat or it's a sphere. What else is there? Oh, it could be a trapezoid. It could be a no. We know that there's not edges of the Earth as well. So we make sure. Oh, what if the edges are outside and we're no? You still have to have stars that alternate directions. How's that going to work on our parallelogram? The Earth, the sky, the stars, the sun, the moon, all match if we're on a ball. Wow, I cannot believe the percentages of this. I just looked at the poll. I got to end the poll. Ending the poll at 65-35. 65-35. I hope people realize how bad this sucks for me. It's not what I expected. It's not what I thought. But if nobody's going to do it, I have to. Here, let me tell you when I drew the line. Let me tell you. This is where I drew the line. When I saw that if we go to, and this is where I had to draw a line. I'm like, oh, I'm out. I'm out. We actually got so bad. Flat Earth got so bad at just accepting whatever came from flat earthers and denying whatever came from globers that we actually allowed Stephen Alonso to take a map, to take observations. Remember, the observations on the sphere match perfectly. They take those observations, they then place them on a flat map, and then they take the sun from, well, they duplicate it. They take the sun that's on the flat Earth map, but they duplicate it. Then they move it to where the globe says it would be. And then he said, the flat Earth predicted it. And you know what the flat earther said? Yeah, we did. And then I started hearing it from Dustin Nemo. I started hearing it in debates. I'm like, what the fuck? You cannot take somebody else's model, place it on a flat map, make a sun duplicate itself, go put it where the sphere says it should be, and go, we predicted it. I thought everybody would be like, what? Who is this fucking laughing stock? No. They cheered him on. Mark Sargent had him on the show. Come on over, Alfonso. Welcome to the Mark Sargent Show, where we're going to sit here and we're going to let you tell people that we predicted something by stealing from the globe and then making the sun go where the globe says and then saying, we predicted it. Congratulations. You win the prize. No, you win nothing. You win nothing. It's disgusting. And how did nobody stand up for it? How did nobody, no flat earther, stood up and said, hell no? I give props to Austin Thompson. Austin Thompson did something very brave, and the community shunned him. He went out and started observing the sun. Guess what he's found out from the sun? He found out that the sun does in a year what it would do if we were on a sphere. That's what the sun does. By doing every day at 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning, whatever he does, taking a picture of the sunspots, he noticed that the sunspots take a different trajectory through the year. You know, like the heliocentric model shows with the Earth going around the sun and how it's tilted one way, so it comes around, you get the equinox, the solstice, the equinox, the solstice. The sun matches that. I'm sorry. It's not me who did it. I didn't make a match. And I do understand that the AE map, the flat map, seems to match our senses better. But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it still has to match reality. We can't say, well, it feels flat. I feel like it's flat, and therefore, fuck everything else. Well, that doesn't work. If that's what we all believed, nobody would be able to travel anywhere. Nobody would know what time the sun rises. Do you realize that you know what time the sun rises because the Earth is a sphere? We could not predict sunrise sunset times with an AE map at all. I'm probably talking to the choir here. That's the thing that sucks. And that's what I know, right? I just said that flat earthers are going to leave. They're not going to listen to me because I'm not feeding their religion. So what I'm ending up doing is I'm getting upset and I'm getting passionate, and it's just globers here who already know this. But we'll still cover it just in case, because I want to show you what I mean so you don't think Jaren's making that up. No, I'm not making it up. That's what Alfonso does. That's what Shane's model does. That's what it does. That's its purpose. And I didn't even know that. When I heard that we had gotten Walter Bislin's model and that it was working on a flat earth, I'm like, it works on a flat earth? Like, yeah. I'm like, sweet. That's okay, great. I was one of you. I just heard that and adopted it. Oh, great. Until I started looking at it and I said, oh shit. I see what we've done here, and this is not cool. Okay. So this is the Shane's model. Again, I've shown you many times, but I just want to show you. So the easiest way for me to explain this is to go with where I was at Union Glacier. So we're going to move the latitude to -79. Right about there. And we're going to move the longitude to about 81, whatever it is. -81. Okay. So this is where we were at Union Glacier. Somewhere there. Okay. And if we go to the time of year of 365, would be maybe 350, maybe 360, somewhere like that. 360, whatever. Okay. So now watch. Again, if you look at the tilt of the sun, it's exactly what we saw in Union Glacier. You can go watch my videos. You can go watch Dave McKeegan. You can go watch Tunes and watch the sun go from 35 high to 15. 35 to 15. This is where it's circled. Now, we just took what the known observation is. We know that this is the observation. We stuck it on a flat map, but guess what we had to do? We had to take the sun, which is over here right now. See the sun over here? And the sun has to be over there because it has to be above Australia. So if the sun is above Australia, so what did we do? We grabbed it, duplicated it, put it over here on the back wall, and said we predicted it. If you're still a flat earther after hearing that, I don't know how. How are you going to allow us to take known observations that work on a sphere, put it on a flat map, steal this, not even steal the sun, we duplicated the sun, because it has to be where it also is. Duplicated it, put it where the sphere model says it will be. This is where the sphere model says it will be. And guess what? The sphere model doesn't need this sun over here. You know why? Because this sun shines on the other side of the earth as well. We don't need a second sun. So there's a model that calls for one sun, like we all see, in the one place that we all know it is. And we've allowed flat earthers to come in and just shit on. It truly is the saying of don't play chess with pigeons. They will allow Stephen Alonso to steal from you and put it in there and say, that was my move. What? You're not even that colored chess marker, Stephen. That's not even you. How did you move my piece over there? Well, I predicted it. You predicted it by moving my chess piece? I don't even understand. What do you mean? Yeah, I predict that. No, that was my move. I said I was going. You can't just take my pieces and move it over there and then say you predicted it. That's what we do. Don't play chess with pigeons. This is how the entire map works. The AE map has to work. We have to steal from the globe and call it our map. So you can believe in Dave Weiss if you want. You can believe Dave Weiss that they faked the sun. But even if they did, even if it was fake, you have a problem. The AE map doesn't work. It doesn't work. There's a sun there. The sun has to shine on Australia. The sun is, we saw it. So you're saying they faked it. So what happens? It's just dark there? I mean, do we need to go back and look at footage of the plane flight? Or, yeah, maybe. Just real quick, just so we can understand what people are saying. It's very important. Because this is insane that we would actually think that it's okay to... Oh, wait, would it be on? No, yeah, I believe. So I'm just going to my footage here. I just want to go to where we're on. Okay, look at that. Do you think that there's a fake motherfucking sun in the sky lighting that up? Are you kidding me, Dave Weiss? You don't believe that. I've heard you say, Dave, they can't fake the sun. Now you've changed it to, I believe they fake the sun because I can shine a laser on a board. Because Microsoft made a game with a sun on the front of it for AI or something. Let me just go through some of the nonsense that was said in that video real quick. Just some of it. Because I started watching, I'm like, let's give it a chance. Let's hear. Maybe he's right. Maybe it was faked. I want to hear it out. I want to hear it. And I want to take some of the nonsense. But anyway, if you think that this plane, let's get over here. Remember, when we got to Antarctica, here, we just landed. Dave Weiss says that they have a laser beam plasma ball shooter that somebody is projecting into the sky that's lighting this area up. And people believe it. Go look at the comments. People are trashing my name for being honest, for going down where Dave wouldn't go. By the way, Dave pulled his $15 VIP from me. Thanks, Dave. It's all right. I don't mind. I only promoted your app for 10 years or whatever it was, 5 years. I only had you on my show 12 times for app updates. It's good. I don't want that $15 a month anyway. Will Duffy pays me much more. Too soon? Too soon? It's a joke. It's a joke, people. If you can't take a joke, get the hell out of here. So look at the sky. Look at the world. If you think that that's a fake sun, get out of my chat. Unsubscribe. Go away. Go away. They cannot fake the sun, and just because a flat earther says they can, just because Marty Lead says, oh, it's easier than faking a rocket launch. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Give me a break. I mean, just look at this and tell me, how would that be a fake sun? Where's the picture of the sun when I go out there? Let's go up here. That's when it's a little bit hazy. Now, I mean, even that, you're like, so that's a laser beam in the sky lighting up. Look at how much it's lighting up. Go to Duffy's drone. The final experiment. We just have to think, like, why can't we think? Why do we just accept somebody saying, if I go and show you the comments, every comment's like, yeah, evil Satan, Duffy, fake the sun. Nope. Nope, that didn't happen. Know why? It's impossible. It's one of the reasons. Okay, here's this drone. Let's look at this. As this drone goes up, you tell me. Look at this. I know you weren't there. I get it. I was there. I was a little guy down here at this little camp down here. And this was the majesty around us. And to have somebody come on their green screen at their house and say, they faked it because I can shine a laser at a board and it looks like the sun. What brought all this light? What brought all the heat? People are like, oh, it wasn't even hot there, Jaron. You don't understand how heat. No, I understand how it works. I understand that it's only at a 35-degree angle or 15, and that is a very slight angle, which means a lot of that light gets spread out, or a lot of that heat gets spread out. It's not the same as when you're at the equator, or at the tropics, or even close to that. Way different. Plus, all the things that go with it. It's a very thin atmosphere. There's no atmosphere there. None of the heat gets trapped in the atmosphere. There's no moisture there. There's no humidity. Humidity would help melt the ice, humidity creates heat. If there's no humidity, there is no heat. That's why it's just a cold desert there. What is this, the slowest video ever? Let's move along. But look as we come around here. Look at the distance here. If you saw me down there on the ground, looking off in this distance, that is a extremely far. What do we think that so this is the light from the coffee cup caustic off the dome. But we clearly see the shadows and everything is coming from the light, the sun. So the sun is real. The sun is actual. The sun is physical. Anyway, I was talking about Austin Thompson, who did all those. He's shown that it would be very difficult for you to not say that the sun is an actual physical item. It's a physical item in the sky. It's actually spinning or turning about once a month. He's shown that. So you can either accept it or just deny it, because you're going to deny anything that goes against flat Earth. I get it, but I don't agree with you. I think that we need to take a step back. When I decided to go on this trip, I started talking to my wife about it. We're talking about going, and I kept getting to the point where I said, oh, if that happens, then I don't know how I would say that's not a sphere. If that exactly thing happens, if every prediction the sphere makes comes true, how could I, in good faith, say that's not true? How is that even possible? How could I, if I go down and every observation matches what the globe predicts, how could I say, no, I don't agree with it? I think that is the folly that we have. That when something matches, then you believe it. Otherwise, you don't believe in truth. You don't believe in actual evidence. And I do. I believe truth over anything else. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm the only one. I'm going to be the only one doing it. But let's listen to some people who also agreed before. They don't agree now. They don't agree now at all.
We do not have a 24-hour sun in the south.
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree.
In the flat Earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
There is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
When we landed,
So it is actually a midnight sun. And it wasn't faked, no matter what anybody tells you. If you think that somebody could fake the sun, I mean, first, why don't they put up so like what Dan Pratt said, could it be an optical illusion? No. It had the sunspots. It's the same sun. We had people in Australia say, yep, it's above my head, it's noon. Okay, well, it's to our south. So that right there alone destroys the A map. So is there another map it could be? Nope. That's right. We already came to that conclusion.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to the Bible in Order Faith Friday Special Edition.
Oh, look, it's Dinodal. Dinodal who says Satan did it. Now let's see what he said before.
The South.
See if Dean changed his mind.
That's why they don't allow a lot there. And one of the reasons too is you could prove a lot because of if the Earth is the flat circle that we believe it is, then the sun, if you're at the south in Antarctica, the sun's going to come in like this and move away from you. So come in, move away, right?
Right. That's what you believe if you believe in the A map. That's what I believed. The sun would come in from the northeast and set in the northwest. I would allow it to come in from the southeast and set southwest as long as it's set, because that isn't what the globe calls for. So I would have even taken an off angle, because I would just say, okay, it's set, and that disqualifies the globe. And that's what Dinodal's saying.
So if you're in Antarctica and you could sit there and watch a 24-hour day, if the sun doesn't start, say, over here and go around you, behind you, and come around like this, then you're not spinning on a bottom of a ball.
Right, but he said but what does that mean if it does do that?
It's not happening. And here's what's interesting. They'll have flagpoles there that are casting shadows, and they have...
And I think that was a psyop. I think they've done that on purpose. Again, can I prove that? No, but it doesn't matter to me. That's not part of my realization. It doesn't matter if they fake the 24-hour sun on every footage that there's ever been. It doesn't matter. That could be a psyop. Right? And those things are different. Those are one person, Anthony Powell, with one camera, nobody's around, and he's just taping the sun. That could be CGI. How do we know? We live streamed I live streamed from Punta Arenas, gave you sports scores from that day. I went to Antarctica. I live streamed every day I was there. Every day I was there, I live streamed, and I talked in real time to the chat. Do you realize that's impossible? I actually told somebody that, and they know what they said to me. They said, yeah, but SpaceX faked their live stream. They changed their live stream. I said, and where did Elon Musk talk in real time to the people in chat? And we didn't change. My video's still up there. Anybody who downloaded it, it's the same. I didn't change it. How is that equal to SpaceX changing their live stream? We live streamed and left it up, and it has not changed. Do you see the point? It's different. So Denodal, just another one who has had to flip. Why? Because he understands that now that we've seen the 24-hour sun, it can't be true because it means that his model's wrong. So rather than accept that and move on with reality, he's decided to blame Satan. Satan. What is it? Satan? Do I have a Satan sound effect? Come on, Enrique, we don't have Satan? Nothing? I don't have a Satan sound effect. He's gonna get demoted. Demoted sin. Let's see what we got here now. What else we've got here? I thought another one. But we've got Eric Dubé. I'll just name him, who said the same thing. Everybody said the same thing. We've got where's the sovereign? Is it this one?
When you're in that place, regardless of whether you're on a globe or whether you're on a flat, you are going to be south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
Correct.
You're going to be south of the furthest zenith position that the sun makes.
Correct.
So you are going to have to look north to see the sun.
Well, I thought so too, Sob.
And it would be real simple that as it traverses to the west,
right,
if it arcs in a west by northwesterly direction at all,
flat Earth,
you're not on a globe.
Correct.
If it arcs around, if it starts to track, you don't even have to see it.
Oh, I went all the way down.
Hours.
I went all the way down.
All you have to do is watch which way it tracks.
I went all the way
if
down.
If it goes west by northwest,
that's a globe. I mean, that's a
go. You're going to be
flat
on. You're on a flat Earth.
Right.
If it's going past you in a west
southwest
by southwest direction, in other words, angling off to this way, arcing around you, then you're definitely on a globe. So I don't even think it would be necessary to see it for 24 hours just to track.
Look at Duffy's face is hilarious. He's like so excited.
What do you think about
I never
that?
saw that before.
I agree with you completely.
He's never been so excited in his life. He didn't know he was going to say that. He's like, what? Did you just say exactly what we think?
So I don't even think it would be necessary to see it for 24 hours just to track
He's so excited.
little bit of arc. What do you think about that?
I agree with you completely. I appreciate your openness on this.
Now
and
he's
your
changed.
Honesty. That is the position.
So all these people have flipped. You realize that, right? Now they're saying it's fake. Why do they say it's fake? Because it must be. Because these people, they're not truth seekers. What did I want to go back to my rant? What did I say? If you are simply defending a position, you're not a truth seeker. You're the opposite of that. You are a religious pusher of your beliefs. That's not a truth seeker. So we call ourselves truthers, yet we don't change our beliefs. That's not a truther. You can't be a truther. If you are somebody who defends your position, you're not a truther. You're the opposite. And what happened to all the truthers? It got to a point where everything that they believe is fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. What, that event? Fake. That event? Fake. That shooting? Fake. Wait, what did they say Trump did? Fake. What Biden do? Fake. What, there's a war in another country? Fake. That's what truthers is now. Way to go. Truthers 0, the world 1. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. So we have Saab who, oh, this is a good part here. Remember, this is Lisbeth and I and Austin in Punta Arenas. Let me show you what happened when we flew back to Punta Arenas. So we're going back to this model here. What's so sad is that it's like, I wish I could have I remember saying this too, like, I wish I could have 5 minutes with every person on Earth. Now I wish I could have 5 minutes with every flat earther. It would make me feel better about myself that I at least told them, look, here's the things you need to see. I don't believe it anymore. And I am telling you, it will never be flat. Ever. It cannot be flat. Sorry. I don't know how to make that any better or any clearer to you, But I just want you to remember so that in 5 years, 10 years, whenever you get the moment where your block comes off, I want you to think back and go, fuck, Jaron told me. God damn it, Jaron told me. I want to be that guy that you remember, because I don't want to be somebody you're like, why didn't Jaron tell me? Why did Jaron go on preaching about flat earth? Why did he not? Jaron, why did he say that the sun was faked? Why did he say? I didn't say any of that. I'm telling you, what I saw was real. What I saw was actual. What I saw was the globe prediction, and the globe predicted it perfectly. And therefore, for me to say that the globe isn't true is to spit in the face of truth. I don't know what else to do. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be a glober. But where's our... So, here in Punta Arenas, let's go back. We're going to move our latitude up to Punta Arenas, which is about there. Maybe over this way a little bit. Okay. So, when we were here, watch what you're about to see in that video and watch the sun. See what it's doing here? And look how it barely goes under the horizon. Jaron, are you saying the sun goes under the horizon? Yes. See, as the sun comes around now, see the sun is in the north there? We're looking at this sun, not the flat earth magic sun. And watch as it cuts down there, and then it just goes under for just a little bit. Back up the next day. So if we go, we could actually go to Final Experiments video. That's Nodal. I hate how I lose my tabs. This one. So if we go to this video and go to his drone shot, this one. Okay, let's go here.
Tropic of Capricorn puts you in a very unique place to test the significant difference between the flat earth claims and the globes. As you can see in this graphic, the sun's movement over the flat earth is in a circle that travels between the two tropics. And when the sun reaches its outermost and largest circle over the Tropic of Capricorn, someone south of that tropic would observe the sun to rise in the northeast.
Correct.
East and west.
So this
enjoy the beauty.
Okay, so this is I'm gonna turn off the music here before it drives me crazy. So this is the sun rising. Okay, yet like I forgot what it is. 1:31. Let's. I hate to have to do this, but I have to go back. We're gonna hear somebody say it right here. Let's hear where it is actually.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
See 180 right there? I mean, that's dead south. Dead south. Yeah, it depends whether that's the sun or not. It looks like if you went south from here, the sun would just rise up in the sky. That's what it looks like. Oh, so you said what? 132. Let's go 132. Wait, what? No. That's 132? So, or you say 150? At this point, we realized, or at least I realized, okay, we got a problem. That I knew that the sun was just dipping under the horizon a little bit there, and I was like, wait, if we travel that way, then the sun would be lifted up, and then it made sense to me. Oh shit, the sun would be above the horizon all the time. Which is what exactly we see here. That when you travel, so again, what I'm saying is our observations match what the sphere calls for. Not that they made up, not that they contrived, not that they magically made happen. It's what, and I shouldn't even show you this map. This is a little bit counterintuitive. But what I'm trying to show you is that the sun rises like this. Again, this is the real observation, just put on the flat map. So I knew if we fly towards Union Glacier, the sun unfolds and is above my head. Now, what I want you to realize is that works everywhere on the earth. Meaning, if you move over here, this is the kingpin. If you don't grasp this, you're not going to get it. Let's go to South Africa. Let's move the latitude moving out. So watch again. So these people, if they walk towards the south, their sun would balance out and move around their head at the same height. Okay? And how about over here? Everywhere. But guess what? That means if everybody in all those locations walked south, they would all end up in the same place. If you can't grasp that, I understand. It took me having to go there to see it, to go, oh shit, the South Pole exists. That's the linchpin. The South Pole existing is the end of the AE map. Because the AE map says that everywhere is the South Pole. But it's not. Because there's only one sun, if you travel to where the sun is in the south, we would all end up at the same place. Remember at the beginning of today, I said if we were in the north and we all traveled to where the north magnet faces, would we all end up in the same place? Everybody agreed. But everybody wants to say it wouldn't happen in the south. Why? Well, because you believe in the flat earth. Even though it's untenable, even though it doesn't work with observations, guess what does work with observations? Everything on the sphere. As far as the sun. Again, I'm not getting into other things. I don't want to talk about anything else because I don't need anything else to tell me where I live. We don't need NASA. We don't need JAXA. We don't need Roscosmos. None of this is that. Literally, you can just use your mind and the sun. Go observe the sun. That's what I did. And when we went down there, I'm watching the sun every day. I'm like, geez, okay, so wait. The sun goes higher there, lower here. Okay, I get it. And then I kind of look around Antarctica. I'm like, what if that person far away, I kind of imagined like 500 miles that way, somebody starts walking towards their southern, oh yeah, we'd both be walking in the same direction, not away from each other. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're here in Antarctica, watch again. If you are, move over, wait, longitude. Okay, so over here back on Union Glacier where we were, okay? So I was thinking to myself, if somebody was just 500 miles over, oh, you can't see that. Sorry, my bad. I have the wrong screen up. That's better. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I don't know how long that was on there for. But anyway, so let's say I'm right here and I'm thinking about the sun doing that arc. It's above the horizon now. And I said if I travel to where the southernmost part of the sun is, that I would go to the South Pole. So if we just move this little dome, we're just going to move it over here like 500 miles. Grab the longitude. We're just going to move it along, right? Okay, there. Now, if that person walks towards the southern part of the sun, wait. And then this person, well, then that means there's an infinite amount of suns. But there's only one. So how could it be that we would all walk towards the same spot in the south? Oh, yeah, that's what a globe says. A globe says you're on the bottom of the ball. So, of course, everybody walks south and everybody ends up in the same spot where the sun circles around their head at the same height. I wish I could get it through to you any easier, but I can't. That's, if you think about that, I planted the seeds. If you contemplate it, you should reach the conclusion that either the world is a paradox, meaning that there's an infinite amount of southern suns, but the Earth maps as a sphere everywhere else. So it goes, as far as I know, because I've only been to 80 degrees south, the Earth is a sphere everywhere to 80 degrees south, and then magically it stops being a sphere and becomes flat for what? That doesn't make sense. The Earth is for sure a sphere up to 80 degrees south, so therefore I can extrapolate that the other 10 degrees exist, and they exist on the bottom of a sphere. I didn't make the world. Sorry. I didn't create it. I didn't map it. Wasn't me. I understand that living on a ball is counterintuitive. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You have to start believing, oh wait, so that the center of the Earth is where down is? Yes. Okay. Because guess what? Once you start realizing that, all those other questions that we had get answered. All of a sudden you're like, wait a second. Now I understand Jaren's Home Depot. The Earth is so big that we build things flat and level everywhere. And if you connect them together in your mind's eye, then they are curved, but they're not curved themselves. We could connect Home Depots for the whole of the Earth, and no Home Depot will be curved. However, the Earth is curved. Now picture the whole world's Home Depots, and you flood the Home Depots 1 foot deep with water. What shape is that water? Did the water lie flat and level? Absolutely. Did the water find its own level? 100%. Did the water form the shape of a sphere? 100%. Why? Because it has nowhere else to go. Think about it. If you're filling all those Home Depots with a foot of water, even if there's a hump, well, where's it going? There's water next to it. It doesn't have anywhere to go but become a sphere. And what a brilliant thing if God made the world a sphere. I believe, hey, I don't even want to get into what I believe, because I think there could be a shell around the sphere Earth. I think that there's a possibility we can't go to space, and that's why we can't get pictures of the Earth. Okay? There's other things that you can look into. You just shouldn't look into the flat Earth anymore. It's untenable. It's impossible. It'll never be true. Move on to something else. It could still be a geocentric sphere. But the fact that they map the entire Earth, we know that you've flown in planes. You've gone to your grandparents' house, your aunt's house, your friend's house. You've gone to other countries. Were you able to get there? Did you know this? Could you look up the sunrise, sunset time? Do you know that that comes from the sphere model and it matches perfectly? Then how are we going to flip off the sphere? just because we don't feel like we live on a sphere, we also don't feel like there's bugs in our tummy. I don't feel like there's bugs in my tummy, but there is. I don't believe that it doesn't feel like there's, skin flakes flying off all over the place every day, but there is. I don't know how digestion works, but it does. I don't know how my intestines work, but they do. These are things that may not be right with our senses, but we accept them when we have to. The sphere, we all accepted when we were children. And it might even be that it's so counterintuitive that that's why they teach us that way. Because they don't want questions about it, because it's kind of weird. It's weird. We live on a giant fucking sphere. That's weird. So if they let you think it's weird, then people probably would have problems with it. So they just teach it to them when they're 3. Teach it to them when they're 4. So like we did, right? We all grew up. I was talking to somebody today, a friend, and she was saying how against the sphere. She goes, Jaron, I just know it's not a sphere, so I'm open to anything else. I'm like, okay, that's not a good starting position, but I get it. It doesn't feel like we're on a sphere. And I said, but why were you okay with it when you were 12, when you were 15, when you were 18? She's like, well, because that's just what we believed, and that's just... I'm like, okay, so is it that bad to think, okay, I have to go back to that? I mean, the other option is you have to believe in something that doesn't match reality. Your choices are matches reality, doesn't. That's it. You might feel like you're on a flat earth, but that doesn't match reality, and you don't feel like you're on a sphere, but it matches reality. Which one is better to go with? And I'm not making that up. You can go to the model yourself. Go to this model. Again, we wrote down, I know it's been a while, I'm all over the place, I usually do that. We're going to go over here, we're going to find the, where it was the, here we go. All right, so this model. Remember we were in Miami, and I was trying to get Andrew Marsh to give me a lesson on this because I want to get down like you can on Google Earth and actually stand in that location. I'm not sure if you can do that here. But if we take this and we go with our sunrise, sunset at time, where's the time thing? There. Nope. Time. Okay, so here's our time. I knew I was going to do that. What am I looking at? Hold on, I got to make sure I've got the right thing set. And then back to this one. Okay. Now I screwed it all up. Let's go. All right, there we go. All right, so you can see that blue line is pointing to where the sun is. Okay, so imagine that the sun has to rise and set from that location. Remember what we said the times were going to be? We said, let me find my... So the time was 7:08 for sunrise. So let's go back in time here. Oh, you can change this to time off. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go back to 7:08. There's 7:05. Okay, so if you look, that the sun is being blocked by the edge of the earth. You can kind of go this way. Okay, so you can't see it from that location. And then at 7:08, the sun appears. And the sun's going to go around, and we know mathematically, by the model, geometrically, that it's going to set at 8 o'clock or 6 o'clock. And you can watch it, and then it works for everywhere on the earth. Somebody said the other day, I think Alfonso Soriano, said, oh, the globe can't show multiple people at the same time. What do you mean? This sun does not move. Look at, if I go here and I put the sun in our view, let's see where the sun is. Okay, so the sun's there. The sun doesn't move because I move my longitude, latitude. So that it shows infinite people. It's infinite. If I go here and I move my longitude, latitude, the thing comes over here. Whoops. I accidentally moved that. Sorry, my bad. Meant to move this. But you can't see it now. Go over here. Where's my little guy? There he is. So if we watch him right there and the sun at the same time. So watch that little yellow thing. And can you see the sun? Yeah, it's over there. So now if we move the latitude, that we can see here that the sun does not move. So all those, look how it unfolds. This is what I mean by I saw it unfold. I saw it do this. Imagine this is the South Pole. I saw it tilted. I realized I could go to the South Pole. And as I drove away from it and went to Punta Arenas, it dipped below the horizon like that. It was then high like that. Then as I flew home, it went like this. And I got back home and it was down there. So the sun did exactly what the sphere says. So I don't know. Once I saw that, I remember being on the plane and being like, oh shit, the Earth's a sphere. There's nothing else. There's no way else it could work. There's no way else there's no way possible. And this is why, if you don't know why Globers hate us, if you don't know why they make fun of us, why they call us names, it's because this part is simple. This part is self-explanatory. It doesn't use NASA. It doesn't use JAXA. You don't need to talk to a professor. You don't need to go to school. You don't need to go to college. You just need to have a slight bit of logic. This is why when they say the Earth was a sphere 2,000 years ago, I get it. That part isn't like, we took everything that was wrong with the space program. NASA, JAXA, they're lying, the moon landing, dark energy, dark matter, Edwin Hubble, all these guys, and we took that and we placed it on the sphere's shoulders, and the sphere has nothing to do with that. The sphere has nothing to do with any of those things. The sphere doesn't need dark matter, doesn't need dark energy, doesn't need Edwin Hubble, doesn't need any of that shit. The sphere just needs to match our reality, our observations. And it does. Perfectly. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. If you still want to not trust it or not believe in it, just realize that what you're turning down is a perfect model of where somebody says we live. So to me, if I'm a truth seeker, Jaron the truth seeker, I would like the truth of where I live. Okay, Jaron, here is a model that predicts and describes exactly what you will see. Okay, so go ahead. You can believe it or not. Well, what are the other options? Go find one. Okay, well, I did, and we can't find one. None of them work. We tried a flat map. It doesn't work. It has to be an AE map. We debunked that. So what else can we do? What else can we do? And the answer is nothing. There's nothing else to do. We can keep arguing and being like, we're flat earthers, we're so cool, look at us, we go on all these chats every day. And okay, but do you realize that what you become is people who turn down any evidence that goes against you, calling it fake, and accept anything that somebody says goes along with you? Right? So I do have to apologize for every time that Stephen Hawking called you guys his nickname for you. You know, that was wrong of him. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, every time I said you guys were, I feel bad. Feel bad. You're not hella gay. You're probably a little bit, but not that much. Like, you know, you'll like touch a penis, but you won't go further than that. But it's still a little gay. I get it. I get it. I feel bad. I feel bad. So now we'll just go with slightly gay. That's it. Just slightly. Just a little bit. It's okay. I just want people to settle in, think about it. Okay. We got a couple more refutations of, and we can come back to this if anybody ever. This model is mit.me/Jeranism links. Learn all the buttons. It's free. Play with it. Look what happens when you take the time of, look what happens when you grab the longitude, latitude, and you watch the daylight hours again. Remember, we're at 12 hours because we're at the equator. Then we go up. We're at 0 hours of time. Then we go back down. How could that be? Remember, this works for anywhere. We could turn anywhere, move the latitude to the other place, come around here. Let's go around to there, and then move this one. And again, watch the times. See that? So the world could be in such a better place if we all just came to grips with reality. Oh, okay, it doesn't feel like we're on a sphere. Just like it doesn't feel like we're on an airplane. Just like it doesn't feel like we're going 500 miles per hour, 7 miles in the sky. But we at least accept that because we're like, well, I got on the fucking plane, and I went somewhere that took that long to get here, so I'm going to have to accept that the plane went that speed. Right? That's just something we have to accept. So this being on the sphere is kind of the same. Doesn't feel like we're on a sphere. I don't feel like I'm going fast. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Now, I'm not even saying those things because I don't need to know those yet. I want to feel comfortable with where I live. Okay, got to get used to it. We're probably on a sphere because the flat earth is untenable, because the sphere matches observations with the sun. Now, you could say, I don't care about the sun, Jaron. The sun is Satan's kid, and he directs him to do things that makes us think it's on a sphere. That's fine. But then who really cares? It's like, the whole thing with Dean Odell saying it's the Satan. What? You cannot just apply Satan to, which is still a better explanation than Dave Weiss and Marty Leeds. Satan's probably more likely true. I would say Satan would fake it first, and second would be Duffy with his magic fake sun hands or whatever. He's like Edward Scissorhands. He's Edward Sun Hands. Just point in the sky. They appear in the sky. Looks just like the real sun. Heats everything. Lights everything. Has sunspots. And we take pictures of it. We take video of it. And it just happens to be faked by a laser faker. So play with this. Look at the times. Understand how it all jives. It all matches observation. It all matches where we have. Now, I get it. That might be hard for you to admit because you're like, wait a second. Well, then why did we turn down in the first place? Well, because, again, we thought we had a better model. But that is over. Anybody else who's still pushing the flat Earth, at least ask them, do you understand that the sphere model correctly predicts all sunrise, sunset, and the AE model and any flat map that's ever existed not only can't do that, but has many, many, many severe flaws? And I don't mean flaws like dark matter, dark energy. Flat Earth is not even close to that. The flat Earth cannot explain the sun, the moon, the backwards moving sun and moon, the South Pole, circumpolar stars, none of that. Can't explain any of it. So if people keep pushing that, I'm just saying, might want to call the cops. Call them up and say, these guys need to go. They are continuing to push nonsense. And I get it. I get why. It's because people don't want to ever admit that they're wrong. It's very difficult. It sucks for me. I don't want to do it. I realize that I'm basically losing my audience. They're all gone. Not going to listen to me anymore. And even the Globers, most of them are like, fuck this guy. He reaps what he sows. It's his fault. He taught them to be that way. So let him hang on a cross or whatever they say. They wouldn't say that probably. But you get my point. And it sucks. But at the same time, it's like, what are you going to do? I could either yell and scream, like, "You fucking bitch!" or I can just get over it. Just get over it and be like, okay, I was wrong. I thought we lived somewhere else. I was shown that map doesn't work and will never work. And therefore, it's time to be a big boy and adopt the truth or the one that matches the best to the evidence.
Check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro.
Fucking science, bro. All right, so let's go with a couple more things just to close out the terrible video that was they faked the sun. I mean, like, if you're going to ever make a video where you say, I think they faked the sun, you should show examples not of a little tiny thing in the room, but show something of any size that at least you could say, look, it's generating heat over there. It's making lots of light or something. You can't just say, well, here's how it works. Yeah, we can't show that. We can't show this. And we can't show that. But we say it's fake because it has to be. That's why, just so you understand, the reason they're saying it's fake is because it has to be. Because they've already made this. This is not truth seeking. Truth seeking is, wait, what? That matches their model? Oh, man. Maybe their model's right? That's truth seeking. The opposite of truth seeking is when you start something off with, we know it's not a ball. You're not seeking truth. We know it's not a ball, but it's these things. It's one of these things. Wait. Shouldn't we include all options? Yeah, but we know it's not a ball. How do we know that? Because it matches all observations? Interesting way that we're going about this. Matches all observations, so it's probably not a ball. Okay. I beg to differ a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, allow me to find this here. We were going to bring something up, and it's over here. Sorry, I'm just looking for something real quick. I thought I had it. What? Okay, maybe I don't have it. Let me bring up the. Oh yeah, I know where it's at. Sorry. I got it. Okay, so also in that video, they made several statements that are just terribly, terribly wrong. One of them was Dave Weiss said, that it's always 95% cloud cover. Completely and totally made up. Completely, totally. I'll show you.
We're going to be discussing the TFE.
Let me just show you here.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we'll talk about. Basically, when.
Okay, so this is a science alert. It says February? We were there in December, by the way. Just to point that out. February is the peak summer in Antarctica. And at that time of year, around 90% of the skies are covered in a cloud. A quarter of those clouds are the type covered by the study, mixed phase clouds, so a potential effect shouldn't be underestimated. Okay. But then down here it says that according to research, around 90% of the sky near Antarctic coastline. Coastline? Oh, well, yeah, the coastline's going to have lots of clouds. It's above water. Or it's water. That's what creates clouds. So, of course, the outside of Antarctica has a lot of clouds. Then it says, particularly during the summer months, while the South Pole itself experiences a lower cloud cover of around 50 to 60%. Now let me show you even more. Because what people need to realize is these guys are not being honest with you when they show you one little
When
clip
you're
like
in Antarctica, it's according to
Listen.
all the records, 80.
According to all the records, Marty Leeds, do not lie to people by saying, according to all the records,
90% of the time it's cloudy.
90% of the time it's cloudy. You have one record here that doesn't even talk about the time we were there or the place we were. You just made something up. Why? How is this allowed?
Let's start with the organizer of this.
Okay, now let me show you. You can just go to any site and look up the cloud cover for Antarctica. Okay, this here is a daily. This is the daily Union Glacier report, whatever you want to call it. I want you to look at this column right here. See this column says cloud cover? Cloud cover. Let's look at the percentages for the 24th today. 0. Tomorrow, 0. The 1st, 1. How about the next day? 1%. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, till the clouds come. So, sorry, 90% of the time there's cloud cover, or sometimes 0. So let's not lie to people. Let's not make things up. Let's not just say things so that they match what we want things to be. Go look it up. Rather than say all records, show this page. So this page that all records show that there's 90%, but there's not. There's days with 1 and 0% back next to each other. So if you go back, I don't know if you can go back in time, but if we could, we would see that when we were there, it was 0 on the first day we got there, and then the clouds came in. So ours would look like this, like 0178 or 03536, whatever. But you're just telling people what you want them to believe. And this is what sucks. There's probably no flat earthers listening to this. And if you go to Dave's video, they all, should we just read some of the comments just real quick? Just going to put newest comments first. Let's see. See if I'm wrong that everybody buys into this. Eric Dubay made a video which explains the fakery very convincingly. Holy shit.
Okay, let's get scientific.
I mean, I'm going to get upset now. That is upsetting. All right, let's keep going. How about you guys are so desperate? All right, there's a Glober. How about Cope? All right, Glober. Expected more from Marty Leeds. Me too. Okay, agreed. The Earth is eternally run by the Dark Lord. Okay, well, at least some of these newer ones. These are all older. Come on, Davey boy. You've got enough money. Go down there. No, here's the thing. You can't say that to Dave now. By Dave saying they faked it and it's impossible for me or Witsit to know, what he's saying is nobody will ever know. He just secured his spot forever because they fake it anytime somebody goes down there. Oh, that sucks. You mean so the Earth's just flat and we'll never be able to prove it because if we go down there, we're going to always see what they want us to see because they can fake it at any time. We are the best team. Flat Earth, #winning. This is what intellectually honest people do. They say that Satan became the sun so that nobody can disprove that. They say it was faked by miracle working elves in the South Pole that make the whole area light up and everything. Hey, maybe, How are we going to disprove it? We can't because they'll just fake it. If we go down there next year, they'll fake it. How could they not? They know when everybody's done. They don't care. They've been doing it for 60 years. Do they realize that there are many, many, many bases in Antarctica where people are at? How could they just fake it for us? It needs to be faked for the entire place. Dave said the circumference of the fakery is 10 miles. That's what he said. And I mean, no flat earthers are going to speak up. Oh boy. She said, Jaron is okay, but I don't appreciate him slandering Jesus Christ I don't care if he sold out. That's on him if he did that, but I don't believe he did. He was a patsy, as was Witsit. Or not a patsy. I went down and I saw it. They didn't fake the sun. And if they did, then guess what? They win. Do you understand? If they can fake the sun, then they win because, like Dave said, nobody will never disprove them. It means that they can do anything. Do you see how this is a power move for the elite? If we believe they can fake the sun, then we are scared of them because they can do anything. Then the next time somebody comes and tells you that drones exist, what do you call them? Clones exist, you're going to be like, they probably do. And then they're going to say they can put little mosquitoes with cameras in, and they're flying around, they're going to get in your ear and look at your brain, and you're going to believe that. Why not? They can fake the sun. If they can fake the sun, then they can clearly fly tiny mosquitoes. Okay, we're bringing up this map here. Let me show you. Look at this map. This shows you all of these bases that are in Antarctica. And let it draw it out. Okay, all these places have people there. So you have to fake the sun for all of them. Not just us at Union Glacier. It has to be everybody. So these are the things that these guys won't explore. They won't go to the next level. They're not researching. To just go find the one thing you want to say, and then that's it. That's not researching. And you know what they're pushing? The idea of, they're actually saying like, oh, well, it was 50 degrees hotter for a couple months or something, right? That whole thing, you've heard that. Which is just a climate change push. And first of all, they didn't tell you, when was that? When do you think it was? Do you think it was in the summer? Of course not, right? What would happen if Antarctica got 50 degrees hotter during the summer? Do you remember the temperature when I was there? It's like 15 degrees, maybe 10. So if it's 10 degrees and it gets 50 degrees hotter, guess what? It's 60 degrees, which is above 32. What happens at 32? Things freeze. So in order for Antarctica to stay pristine like it is and have not been touched and have not snowed or rained or anything, it requires that it's never over 32. It's frozen. So when Dave says, oh, it's got temperatures 50 degrees higher than normal, then you immediately should think to yourself, oh, that's probably in the winter when it's negative 79. And so instead of negative 79, it's negative 29. Guess what? Who fucking cares? Who cares? Who cares? What is it doing? Oh, so now it's less frozen than it was. And it's for like a couple weeks. These guys make it sound like they're climate change alarmists. Oh, it's 50 degrees more. Everything's going to melt. Why aren't the coastlines being flooded? Why is Obama buying a house on the coastline? It's just nonsense. And it's because of the way they teach you, the way they talk to you, that you just buy it. You don't want to do any research. You don't want to even look at anything. Oh, Dave Weiss said that it's 50 degrees. Must be 50 degrees. Must be. Or it's 50 degrees in the middle of the winter. That's the difference. And it's a big difference. Big difference. And if these guys, do you think of all the fakery calls, right? Think of all the fakery calls that have been out there. If just one of them would have said, let me look up climate in Antarctica on Wikipedia. Just go to Wikipedia, just check out what it says. Let's see if it explains any of these guys with their nonsense claims of fakery and everything else. Right? The climate of Antarctica is the coldest on Earth. The continent also is extremely dry. It's a desert. It averages 6.5 inches of precipitation per year. Do you know what that means? Do you know how much rain you get overnight? You easily get 6.5 inches. That's how much Antarctica gets a year. So there's no moisture there. There's no moisture in the sky. It's not holding heat. Snow rarely melts on most parts of the continent. And after being compressed, it becomes the glacier ice that makes up the ice sheet. Right, the ice sheet, not snow that we were walking on, not leaving footprints. Weather fronts rarely penetrate far into the continent because of the Kabbalistic winds. Most of Antarctica has an ice climate with extremely cold and dry weather. People had no idea why our breath wasn't seen. They just needed to go look up climate in Antarctica. It's not that many words. The highest temperature ever recorded, the highest temperature on Antarctic mainland, the lowest temperature record, we don't need to read any of that. Lowest recorded temperature, the mean annual temperature, precipitation. The total precipitation on Antarctica average over the entire continent is about 6.5 inches per year over the entire continent. Okay? Rainfall is rare and mainly occurs during the summer. Coastal areas and surrounding islands, so it only rains on the outside, never where we were. Note that the quoted precipitation is a measure of its equivalence to water rather than being actual depth of snow. The air in Antarctica is also very thin. The air in Antarctica is also very dry. The low temperatures result in a very low absolute humidity, which means that the dry skin and cracked lips are a continual problem for scientists and expeditions working on the continent. This is why we were required in Punta Arenas to show them our chapstick and to show them our sunscreen. They made it very simple. You won't be able to tell if you don't put chapstick on, you will have your lips be cracked. If you don't put on sunscreen, you're going to get burnt because there's no atmosphere. The sun's going to come down and beat right on your fucking skin. You're not going to even notice that it's hot because it's going to be cold. The sun's there, it burns you. Keep reading. The weather in Antarctica can be highly variable. The weather conditions can often change dramatically. I don't know, you mean like you have to leave a day early? Maybe. There are various classifications for describing weather conditions in Antarctica, blah, 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 blah. Ice cover, nearly all of Antarctica is covered by a sheet of ice that is on average 5,000 feet thick. It contains 90% of the world's ice, water, land ice covering. The Antarctica is so cold. The Antarctic is so cold so cold that even with increases a few degrees, temperature would generally remain below the melting point of ice. Higher temperatures are expected to lead to more precipitation, which takes the form of snow. This would increase the amount of ice in Antarctica. Opposite, they're saying if that's not actually happening. Ice shelves. We know. Here's another thing that Globers, listen to this one because you need to stop lying to flat earthers. When we catch that, we think it's evidence that we're right. So stop saying there is no ice wall. The entirety of the shoreline of Antarctica, not the entirety, 75% of the coastline is what's called an ice shelf. An ice shelf is an ice wall. That's what people are talking about. They don't mean that you can't get over it. They mean you have to climb up it. That's the truth. So don't gaslight them and say, there's no such thing as an ice wall. But when you guys flew over, you didn't even see an ice wall. Yeah, we flew over the part that is not the 75%. The rest of it is an ice wall. It's the ice shelf. Do you want to see what an ice shelf looks like? Type in Ross ice shelf. What does that look like? Oh, what do you know? It's a wall. Oh, it is a wall. There is a wall at the flat. Yeah, it's called the ice shelf. It's 75% of the walls of Antarctica is the ice shelf. So stop gaslighting people. You can tell them, all right, there is an ice wall, but that's the shoreline of Antarctica. That's all. The continent. Okay, thanks. Rather than keep saying things like there is no ice wall. Yes, there is. 75% of it. Go read a James Clark Ross book. Go read Wilkes' book. They all say the southern barrier is what's called, or the Great Barrier. Right? Look up the Great Barrier. What does that mean? The Great Barrier was something that all of them said, not the Great Barrier Reef, the Great Barrier Antarctica. There you go. The Ross Ice Shelf. That's what the Great Barrier was. That's what they called it. You can go and find quotes from these books. Here we go. How about this one? The Mystic Barrier. All accounts, without exception, from the days of Ross to the present time, had spoken of this remarkable natural formation in apprehensive awe. It was thought as one could, it was though one could read between the lines the sentence that said, "Hush, be quiet, the Mystic Barrier." 1, 2, 3, we jumped up and we were over it. Amundsen wrote, along its outer edge, the barrier shows an even, flat surface, but here, inside the bay, the conditions were entirely different. Even from the deck of the Fram, we were able... Fram, that's where they got the name from. Weird. That's the name of the eating place. Just put connections are happening. The greatest elevation to lay south of the form of a lot. Anyway, that's what the ice shelf is. The ice shelf is the wall. Flat globe earthers go around. I think even Duffy says. Duffy goes around telling there's no ice wall. Well, we flew in here where there is no ice wall. Okay? And 75% of it is. The other part is shoreline, like we flew over. Anyway, here's the great ice wall, the ice shelf, the ice barrier. There it is. Okay? There's videos of it. Just letting you know. Don't gaslight people. All right, so let's go back. Here, we were here. We talked about this. You got to have all these stations. You got to have people there. You would have to fake the sun to all those people. Dave made an example where he said, oh, the sun doesn't come over the horizon, so it's a fake one. You can't just make up what the sun does. The sun, it follows a very predictable path. We knew where we were. So let me explain. Do you know where the Tropic of Capricorn is? Do you know where that is, what its degrees is? on this map or any map? Do you know what that would be? Because we know 66 is the southern circle, right? So what is it? It would be what minus what? So we know 90 minus the tilt, 23.4, gives us the 66. So do we know what the tropics are? Because if you know what the tropics are, then you'll know from where we were where the northern sun is, because it's above the tropic. So you could figure out your angle, so you can't just make things up like Dave did and said, oh, it's actually below. Did you see him do that? He just drew a picture and said, oh, well, look, you see where it was? I don't remember. Oh, right there. Oh, maybe not. I don't know if I'll be able to find it right now. But he showed a little picture he drew of the sun in the north. Let me find it here. I think it's right in here. Let's play from here.
That's why I had to make those freaking gate videos, because they were just wrong, and I got demonized because of it. I said I'm supporting flat Earth. I mean, supporting Will laser beam hitting the thing here. So it's a weird sunbeam. But when I compared it to the, it's very dry down there. That's maybe why it didn't change. But it's the gases. When it gets down low, it's going through different gases, and we should.
Maybe it's right here.
80 degrees, anything 80 degrees south on your Gleason's map.
Right here. Here it is. Watch
the sun
this.
would never show.
Watch this.
We have light in the scene. This is, just imagine this behind here. And so there's the horizon, and I don't see the sun until it's 15, 20 degrees off the horizon. And so when the sun rises, it's behind. This is, just imagine this behind that cloud, and it's going back to the northwest.
But that's not what happens. We were there, and we see the sun in the north at 35 degrees. That's what it's supposed to be at. You just took the sun and moved it down to 15 degrees so that your argument was right. But that's not what the sun is. If the sun is only 15, then how is it above the Tropic of Capricorn? How is it above where it needs to be? This is the other thing, guys. When they told us we were going to Antarctica, they said where we were going, Union Glacier. Okay, so we can look up what the Union Glacier calls for. Then I had everybody telling me, Jaron, they're going to take you somewhere else. I said, they can't. What are you talking about? What do you mean they can't take you somewhere else? They have to take me to where the sun is 35 and 15. They have to take me to 80 degrees south. They can't go somewhere else because guess what? The sun would do what it does there. And people, they can't grasp it. They can't grasp it. Now, I didn't believe that they would do that. I thought the trip would be canceled, that there would be that something would happen. I did not think that the globe would perform flawlessly. Now, I could be like Dave and just be like, oh, shit, the globe did what it was supposed to do. It was fake. They drugged me. Somebody put me in, handcuffs and, threatened my life or something. I don't know. I could do that. That's a lie. The truth is, the globe predicted the things we saw. The truth is, the trip was 100% legit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that as a truther, I went down, told you the truth, came back, and got railed for it. Sorry. My bad. I didn't know truthers expected me to lie. Didn't know that. I thought, oh, truther, I go down, I tell you the truth, then we all learn the truth, and we move forward with the truth. Not, oh, Jaron, you're saying the truth. We don't believe that truth. Oh, I'm sorry. I was under the impression it was the truth you wanted me to come back on, not what your truth is. But whatever. Okay? So, you should start to see, if we went through this video piece by piece by piece, we would find that all of these claims are nothing more than a guy talking. He doesn't provide evidence of what this sun thing is. He's showing a sun on a screen here.
It's a lie.
Yeah. So this is a company called Pangolin.
Oh, Pangolin.
They have a product called Beyond, which shoots plasma can light holograms into thin air.
Right? That's not into thin air. That's on a screen.
And they're the best company in the world. They do outdoor, concert venues and all sorts of stuff. And I just asked my good friend ChatGPT. I said, do they do work with NASA?
So I'm confused. What are you saying? That ball right there that's being shot is the ball that they use to... That wouldn't show up in the fucking bright sky. It's on a backdrop in a dark room.
Yes, they do, and but the full aspect of their contract is not public. Okay? It's just weird. Doesn't prove anything. It's just NASA has a contract with this holographic projection company.
Okay, but the sun is not a holographic projection. It brings light and heat.
Pretty weird,
to
right?
a huge
So
area.
Microsoft.
Oh, this part. He's going to now bring up a video game AI thing. How does this prove that they fake the sun?
This, I forget how old this is. Their Unity 3D software. The first thing that they show is that they're faking the sun. Now this is where they got to wear glasses to see it, but they're showing a faked sun.
Yeah,
This
just a little mockery there, if you will.
Yeah, a little mockery, right.
Just
Go ahead.
sprinkle in there. Basically, what you figured out is that the exact
Listen to
time
this.
that they would have to leave would be the exact time that the sun would be coming around. So they're leaving while the sun's coming around. As the sun is leaving on the flat stationary Earth this way, they're heading this way. They've got a new sun projected in front of them, and then boom.
Okay, so this is like make-believe. Imagine that there's a plane in the sky flying towards Antarctica, and these guys are talking about behind us, they were doing a magic trick in the sky, replacing the real sun, which would have to go set. We would see that. We were looking out the west side of the window. Dave's like, oh, but the sun was behind him. So they were, yeah, but it has to go set, which is to the west. So what do you mean? It was behind us the whole trip? We saw it come around when we landed.
Continuous sunlight,
So-
etc.
When I was thinking about this, I was like, what about they were in Chile? They're going to watch the sun. They're going to film the sun out the window the whole time.
Okay, so does Dave think that because we left from Chile at 11 o'clock that everybody does that? That doesn't make any sense. Do you think that every flight? No, the flights are always different times. I've got a story here. Let me find the story of a guy who was there who left at night, left Punta Arenas at night. 1 second. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to be so rude. Where's the story? It's called Antarctic climate key fact. No. Weather. No. Did I not save it? Shoot, I would have liked to save it. Cloud cover, climate, Antarctica, climate, Antarctic's climate. Man, I thought I saved it. Weather map, detailed weather. This one. I did find it. Here we go. Check this out. This is just a nice little story by this guy, or girl. I think it's a girl, actually, I think about it. The Antarctic experiment, the longest day ever. Now, so if you just do a little bit of research, like just look into it a little bit, start searching, see what you find, and you'll see here, this is a person writing, the hell? I don't know what that. During the austral summer, which is the southern summer, December, the opposite of our summer months, the sun comes up and doesn't set again for months. It's 24 hours of daylight, and not even a dusk-like daylight. We're talking about broad daylight, even though Dave's like, I don't know why it's so bright there, and it's dark in the north. It's a broad daylight. We saw it. It was there. It's from the sun. When I arrived at Union Glacier around 1 a.m. on December 21st, well, then Dave's whole model went away. How the hell would you fly there? They have to switch the sun behind the plane. You have to leave at 11 a.m. You cannot get there at 1 a.m. I'm sorry. How did they fake the sun on you? Must have done something different that day. I was on track for the longest day of my life. It was more than one. It goes on and on here talking about what they did when they got there. They then went to, we had to begin our ski to the South Pole. They were days late. They skied for 10 to 14 hours daily so they could get from the place that they were dropped off to the South Pole. Temperatures hovered at negative 20. Celebrated Christmas on the plateau. On day 5, temperatures hit negative 40. We reached the South Pole on our 7th day of skiing. The 7th summit, Mount Vinson. It goes on and on. Talks about this lady getting frostbite. Our time in Vinson ended up being double, 15 days instead of 7. After 15 days on Vinson, many of those spent waiting out storms in whiteout conditions. I was relieved to hear that the buzzing approaching of the twin otter plane to take them back to Union Glacier. 600 miles from Union Glacier. I was there. I knew we were 600 miles away, and it worked perfectly with the sun tilt. 600 miles would be what? Exactly 10 steps of 69 miles to get that part of the... And then when you lift up the sun, the southern sun, by 10, then guess what? You have 25 and 25, and now the sun is rotating at the same height. That's the South Pole. Okay. For this trip, it's not too far, whatever. 2 days later, I boarded the plane back to Punta Arenas. After 30 days on the ice, I would finally see nighttime. Use a flush toilet and sleep in a bed. It had been the longest, coldest month of my life. And so this person didn't even have a good time. Anyway, this is not one person. Do you know how many people travel to Antarctica every year? It is around 75,000 tourists. So, do they go there during the winter? No. Why? Because it's dark the whole time and pretty cold and miserable. So that means 75,000 people a year go there during the summer. So do you think that 75,000 people lie about the sun setting, or do 75,000 people get fooled by Dave's laser? Or is the sun just really down there circling like I said? What do you think? So my problem is I'm not going to continue doing it. I refuse to do what MC Toon does, FTFE does. If flat earthers want to just continue believing whatever they want, that's fine by me. I'm letting you know why I'm stepping away, saying I'm not a flat earther. The earth is a sphere. Sorry. Don't know what to tell you. Life sucks. Get over it. Prove it to yourself. Go outside and watch the sun. And if you find anything that doesn't match, please come tell me. Jaron, you said that the sun matches the globe model. It doesn't here, and I'll show you where it does, or else we'll together figure out that we've debunked some part of the sphere. I've looked into it, and I've realized, oh shit, it's so mathematically correct around a sphere that you can't disprove it. That's where we get sunrise sunset times from. That's where they come from. So we can't debunk that. If you found a place that the sunrise or sunset didn't work at the time it was supposed to, then you're probably wrong. Not the mathematics behind the sphere Earth, because that works. I don't know what else to say. That's just life, and it's time. Face facts. Don't argue with them. And I get it, Jaron, but you did used to argue with them. I am telling you that I admit that I had a block that made me think that whatever, if Red's Rhetoric told me something, if MC Toon told me something, if FTFE told me something, I was under the impression that these guys are liars. They're pushing a fake model. I have the right model. I don't have to listen to them. I can believe what I want, and I think I'm right, and this is for humanity, and we've been lied to, and I'm going to keep pushing until what? Well, until what happened, which is until you are shown to be incorrect conclusively. And that's what this trip did. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. The earth will never be flat. There can never be something that happens. Even if they fake the sun, let's say they fake the sun, you still have a problem. You have an AE map. Oh, so I see. Okay, I'm getting a little confused there. If they fake the sun, then you'd be saying that the sun does do what the AE map calls for, and not what the. Okay, so then the sun is supposed to set in the south. So then all 75,000 people have to be fooled by multiple suns, not just a sun 10,000. What do you say? 10 miles. 10 miles. Sorry. 10 miles. That's hilarious.
Oh, there goes gravity.
So at 10 miles circumference of a laser sun that is fooling me in Austin, there's a lot of those machines going on. A lot of 74,000 people they have to fool. Now, granted, half those are probably Duffy and Toon. They're liars, Satanists who are just there to fool Austin and I. They got to get the globe across. That's the only way you can get out of money problems. Duffy has money problems. You make a deal with Satan, you fake the sun. That's just the way it goes. That's life. Get over it. That's a joke, by the way. So let me finish off with I just want to see if I got everything that I wanted to get to. We talked about the AMAP, disqualified. It doesn't work. We talked about them stealing. Oh, I do want to show circumpolar stars, because that's just another one that cannot and will not ever be explained. So if we go stars, click up stars. Where's the stars? Oh, there we go. Okay, so here's the stars. If we moved our outside edge, latitude, okay? So I want you to pay attention to these red stars right here. See these red stars? They exist. People can take pictures of them. You can go, and McToon has one from the trip. Duffy has one from the trip. You can go ask Ruhif. Anybody who's in the south can look south and see the circumpolar stars. What does that mean? It means that those red stars, they just circle like this. Okay? They don't go they just circle like this. But guess what? Those stars are the stars that are on the outside edge of here. Remember that this is just a projection. They made a flat map, showed you the observations, but then where the items come from, that's another story. So if we start moving this line from time, you'll notice that those red stars are actually these stars moving all the way around the Earth. So for some reason, again, the globe says those stars will be right there. That's our prediction. We go, okay. Our prediction is, the stars will be over here, but what we're going to do is grab them and put them where the globe says, and then say, we predicted it. Suck my dick. That is not how you do science. That is not how you be a human being. That is not how you say that people are wrong, by stealing what they do and then saying, we did it. It's like we're children in a playground. You know, there's a baseball game going on, and some team wins, and they get a trophy, and then we run in and grab the trophy and go, "We got it. We actually predicted. We actually made it. We actually predicted we'd win. We predicted we would win. Bow down to us, please, and let us show up at your next." And then they want to show up and debate. It's like, you don't get to debate. You just came and stole the trophy last time. No, I'm going to debate. I don't make any claims. I don't hit any balls. I don't play any baseball. But I want to win this trophy. What? You can't do that. No, we're flat earthers. We can. Okay, whatever you say. I don't think you should be able to do that. It doesn't seem like a very fair game. Who wants fair? We're flat earthers. So it took me a while to see that this, and then I sat back and watched it happen. I came back from the trip and I watched people all jump on this "they faked it" train. Then from there, they started saying we predicted it. And I was like, oh my God, people are going to call this out, right? Nope. Next day, Dustin's saying it. The next day, he's on Mark Sargent. They're giving him high fives. Way to go, Alonzo. You predicted it. We predicted the, did you? Oh, okay. By stealing and putting it where it goes. But the Sphere says we predicted it. If flat earthers want to, if that's their existence, if that's what they want, by all means, you can have it. I remove myself. I don't want anything to do with taking globe claims, putting them on a flat map and saying, we predicted it. How? You mean because you knew the observations that are real? So you doubled the sun, put it where the observation says it should be, which is what the Sphere model calls for, and then claimed victory. Not me. Not me. And you know what? You can watch what I'm giving you a prediction that nobody will care. Stephen Alonzo will keep pushing that nonsense. It's just because, you know why? You allow him. You allow him. Dave Weiss will continue to say that the sun was faked because you allow him, because everybody in the comments that are flat earthers are going to say, keep going, Dave, you're right, you're onto something. Duffy's a demon. So you're making your own bed. You know, you got to lay in it. You got to lay in it. Let's go with, let me check my list. I said that's the circumpolar stars. They have no explanation. The fact that the stars spin the opposite direction has no explanation. We say, oh, well, in the dome, that's what would happen. No, in the dome, I thought that as the stars came around, that's when we saw them. Okay? Any flights from Australia to Union Glacier? No, I don't believe so. That's a long flight because you have to have somewhere to land. By the way, I want to get that across too. Somebody asked me today, well, what did Admiral Byrd mean when he said that there's a large... It's like Admiral Byrd was saying, remember, this is in 40 or something, right? So they only flew little planes from Little America, which is on the Brazil side or the South America side. They flew little planes to go look at Antarctica. Then he said, there's an area as big as the United States on the other side of the South Pole that has never been explored. So everybody ran with that in a million different directions, but think about what he's saying. Let's bring up a globe Earth. And let's think, oh, I could get on this model. Sorry, I just clicked my Google Earth. But I'll just show you. So all they're saying is that he's flying from Little America. Is that going to open? Oh, it's over here. There we go. So he's flying from Little America, which is going to be right here-ish. Okay. So he flew from here in a little plane. They got to the South Pole, turned around because he said there's an area as big as the United States on the other side of the pole that has never been observed. That's all. Or has never been explored. It mostly has now, I'm sure, but not all of it. Sure, there's a lot of places out here that haven't been explored. You're not going to find much, but a lot of ice. But that's what he's talking about. This is the area as big as the United States. If we took a measuring stick across here, that is 2,700 miles. How far is the United States? It is 2,500 miles. Hello? It is 2,600 miles. That's all he's talking about. There you go. There's an area on the other side of the South Pole that has never been explored by human hands or eyes, full of resources. And it's because they can't fly here and then I'll just fly over here. What do you think? How are they going to get down? Do you realize how much time this takes to fly this? It's a long flight. That's 27. So that's 5 hours just to get from one side to the other. But that's in today's jets. We're talking those little planes they had in 1940. They couldn't go that far. They were lucky to be able to fly here and go back. Or fly here and land over here somewhere. So he was just saying there's a big area over here that we haven't explored yet. That's it. But I always hear people talk about that, like, what did he mean? There's got to be land on the other side of the ice wall. I gotta go pee real quick. Do I have a? Oh, I do have a song for you to play real quick. There you go, and then I'll be back. We'll close it out. We'll read the super chats. We'll have a little party. We'll get down tonight. Get down tonight. There you go. If you had one chance to tell the truth, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Okay, Eminem, stop it. Take it. Eminem, cease that. We had one shot, one opportunity, and blew it. So it happens. Should not blow your opportunities. All right, so we've got. I thought I had. Where did I put that video? Oh yeah, I know where it's at. Okay, so I'll bring up a song. This I just found the other day. It was hilarious because it is a song I made a while back. It's Jake the Asshole, and I will say, you got to give credit where credit's due. Jake the Asshole, what he was wrong about, and I think why most people had a problem. He was saying he debunked the circling sun. He did not. He debunked the AE map by saying that the AE map, the sun set south of west and rose south of east. Great. But then he said, and the sun doesn't circle. No, the sun does circle. You can stand at the North Pole and watch it. You can stand at the South Pole and watch it. So the sun does circle. However, it does not circle as the AE map calls for. It circles exactly like the globe. Now, Jake will never find the globe. He believes it just like everybody else. We know it's not a globe. So then from there, he now believes that the sun comes out of the ground, and he places sun calc maps on flat maps and steals their observations. Great. More power to you. That's not the way you go about it. It's just not. It's just not. You can't be doing that because it's not correct. It's fake. So if you actually go and take all those observations that you now understand, go and try and work those out on a sphere, and you're going to realize, oh shit, it works. Now you don't have to believe they're on a sphere because it don't feel like we're on a sphere. But evidence is evidence. Facts is facts. Usually should lead you to some correct belief. Oh yeah. So here's an FE asshole song. Be back as soon as I pee. Sorry about that, but it's been 3 hours and I gotta pee. Will this work if I do this? Let's try this. Uh-oh. Let me see if this works. Get this song going. Yeah. Be right back. It may not have the sound. I'll fix it.
We'll just wait for a little crowd to gather for a minute. Hopefully one gathers. I'm going to get into everything. I'm going to explain it in detail. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm going to say what's true, and then I'm going to walk the fuck away and leave you guys with it. Seems to me, when I really sit and think about it, and I know people think it's egotistical, but I've done more for Flat Earth than anyone I can think of. Jaron don't do that. Eric won't do that. Then you have all these weenie-ass Flat Earthers who don't like drama and confrontation. And they just want us all to get along and be friends. Let's all stick together and go after the globe and be friends and sing Kumbaya around the ice wall. I'm the guy that's been telling the truth. I came out and told the truth about the sun not going in a circle, the map being bunk. I proved both those things. Have you ever went out and told them we didn't go to the moon? You ever went out and told them they were being sprayed by chemtrails? I have. Tons of times. All of the time. Told you guys the truth about the map and the sun. I'm Flat Earth Asshole. Hey, Flat Earth Asshole! And I'm the real deal. Hey, Flat Earth Asshole! I'm the Flat Earth OG. He's just as bad as fucking Neil deGrasse. He is the enemy. You ever went out in public? He's the enemy disguised as your friend. Do you fucking not get this? What the fuck is wrong with you? I've set up Flat Earth gatherings across the United States. I've put in a ton of time and effort, and that always seems to get overlooked. Like, hey, Flat Earth Asshole! He took our blue frisbee away just before the conference. I want to divide right from wrong. What is wrong with you? I want to divide fake real.
I want to do it in a concrete, black and white way! Jake, what's got in you? Are you on drugs? You're going crazy! Yeah, I am! Hey, Flatter Dazzle! What the fuck is wrong with you?
I have the most street credibility.
People have known this for a while. Smart globe heads know this. That's why they don't fucking jump on. It's bullshit. Wah! What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's the difference. That's the main difference. There are people that think Jaren is legit.
Wah!
But he never shows his face, ever, except for at the Flat Earth Conference. Ever, 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 ever. But he never shows his face, ever.
Hey, Flatter Dazzle!
Drove across the United States and set up Flat Earth gatherings.
Hey, Flatter Dazzle!
You know, fucking made all these different videos.
Hey, Flatter Dazzle!
Went against the grain. I went out, pushed it to the public several times.
Just think about that, people. This. Yeah, this. Fuck you and fuck you, IPS. The fuck is wrong with you?
Hey! Hey! Hey, you really are an asshole.
Did you drive across the United States and set up Flat Earth gatherings?
Hey, Flatter Dazzle!
Did you go out and talk to the public about the moon landing?
Hey, Flatter Dazzle!
None of these guys have done shit compared to me. None of them. I'm tired of fucking people overlooking everything that I put into this. I know it sounds egotistical, but I don't care. Jake's a dick. He's sitting there saying he does more than these other people. I know, it sounds egotistical and shitty, but it's the truth.
Hey, everybody, let's love each other. Whether you're elite or whether you're not, let's all love each other. Deedly-dee. Fuck you. Fuck that attitude. And if you don't like it, fuck off. Jake, don't say fuck. Fuck you. That's my attitude now. That's my attitude. That's my attitude.
Winner of the award of craziest guy in the flat earth is Jake, the asshole. But no, Jake did say that the sun set wrong for the AE map in 2017. And we thought that we could shelve it and that it would be eventually figured out. And then you get to the point where you're like, wait a second, nobody's working on anything. So it's hard to shelve things and think somebody's going to get around to it when they don't ever get around to doing that. And there's no way to do it. That's why. I mean, really, it's not, is it Flat Earth's fault or is it the fact that it's impossible to do? So Jake, I implore you that if you actually check the sphere model, you're going to realize that the sunrise sunset times work on the sphere. You've been trying as long as I have to make them work on an AE map, some sort of map, the projection map. It's a simulation map, or it's a sphere. And I agree with you. I didn't feel like I lived on a sphere either, but I have to come to grips with reality, and reality says that that's what matches the observations. So let me just make sure I have my whole list done here. Did I get to everything that we want to get to? And then I'll do super chats. So we've got the SpaceX Starlink. We're going to do that on Thursday. Look forward to that. People saying the flat Earth has no 24-hour sun. Saab said it. Dubay said it. Dirt. You know, a lot of people said it, obviously, right? Odal. Alfonso is taking globe Earth observations or real observations and then putting them into a flat map and then stealing, actually creating another sun and then putting it where the sphere calls for and saying we predicted it. Fake sun, impossible. Antarctica, I have a lot more information on Antarctica. Basically, everything that they asked about our breath is all easily explained. If you understand that Antarctica is a desert, that it has a humidity of 0.1%, 0.01%. Think of what the humidity is. If it's a cold, dry day in the States, it's like 30% humidity. And in Antarctica, it's 0.01. Saturn. I'll come back to that. Well, I'm going to give you the link to Saturn. I did figure out I don't know if you guys were here when I was looking for Saturn images. Was that last week? It must have. And I found them. I believe it's right here. I'm just going to put it in the t.me/Jeranism links. But I want to challenge, because, again, I had a couple people message me. This is the new thing. So when I say something anti-science or something anti-space, all the Globers now message me saying, "Oh no, you got to believe in Saturn. You have to, can't go off Saturn. You got to believe in Saturn." Like, have you seen the pictures, dude? I'm not believing in Saturn. Not believing in the pictures of Saturn. Is there something that I can see with my telescope? Sure. Fine. But the craft Cassini that went there and flew above the North Pole and took pictures of the hexagon when we don't have any pictures of the North Pole of the Earth, sorry, I have a problem with that. And I'm allowed to. I have every right to say, I just don't want to, I don't buy it. Again, that's just me saying, I don't buy it. It's not me saying, oh, it's fake, they're faking it, this and that. You can say, is it as easy to fake Saturn as it is to fake the sun? They're not faking Saturn. Saturn's up there. But when you look at these pictures, what is it, 600,000? I don't even know how much there is. Is it Cassini? Wait, where's my Cassini? I know I saved it. What? 0 bookmarks. Am I spelling it wrong? Hold on one second. Oh, there, maybe it's this one. I just saw it yesterday. Weird. I lost that link. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find it right here. Cassini mission, Saturn. I just want to get this link out so people can actually look for it themselves and then... No, it's not. What's going on? I did Cassini. C-A-S-S. Cassini. This one? Damn. One more try. Cassini. When I type it in, I do get a few now. Highlights, bookmarks. Oh yeah, there it is. This one. Raw images. Please be the right spot. Okay, this is hilarious too, because if you want to, you can click this button right here that says download all 395,000 images. So who that? What if you accidentally click that? You can't see. Okay. Get you over there. Browser, turn this off. We don't want to hear Platter Tassel again. Thank you. So this Cassini here, I just have my own issue with that. This is basically don't click this button ever or else your computer blows up. Download all 395,000 images. Nah, pass. But you can come down here and you can just click here and then type in any number 1 to 6,599. So I'll type in 777. Okay, it's going to take you to page 777, and these are pictures supposedly taken by Cassini of Saturn. But they're, to me, if I look at them, I don't see them looking at all like anything that would be taken in space. This is just blankness. Let's see if we can find something with actual pictures in it. 1020. Okay, so like these here, you can just go pull these open. You can actually zoom in on these. I mean, this is, look at this. Look, this is the first one we pulled up. Can I get it bigger? Come on. Download. Oh yeah, there we go. Ah, shoot, you can't. I mean, it's like these are pretty funny images when you go through them. So just before you write me and say, Jaron, this is all real, you have to believe in Saturn. You have to believe all the things that they say. It's just come by and look at all these. And then think to yourself, wouldn't this really look like what's in space? These are moons. Our craft is going by the moons, taking pictures of the moons in space. Just wondering. To each their own. If you want to believe it, I get you. I could see why you believe it. Science does great things. But if these are the rings of Saturn, taken by Cassini, the craft that was just flying around Saturn, taking pictures of these rings. And it just happens these black rocks stay in this row. And this one stays in this row. The white rocks got together and say, we're staying in this row. I get it. Guess that makes sense. I don't know. I need to talk to somebody who worked on this team so they can explain all these pictures to me. Because otherwise it looks to me like a computer-generated... It's like if you were playing Kerbal. If you're playing to Kerbal and you went to Saturn, this is what you'd see. Oh, man, I want to see that. Let me go back one page. Is that what? I mean, this is like these are not real pictures. Look at these. So you think that our craft was flying around? This is a bunch of rocks and ice in space that made a blanket white sheet. That the rocks are so close together that it makes it completely white, but they don't crash into each other. They're in perfect orbits. Look at the black line here. It's just amazing. It's just they don't get close to each other. It's perfect, man. Gotta love space. But here's the thing: globe believers. And here's where I always do my damage. My damage is I tell you the truth, and I lose both audiences. I'm telling you the truth about flat Earth. I'm telling you the truth about your space religion out there, Saturn. Okay, just because you believe in the sky and you believe in science doesn't mean you have to believe in these photographs. Do you understand that it could be computer generated? Like that doesn't even make sense. What is keeping these rocks in perfect orbits? Where they've never fallen. Like imagine if one rock hit another one. It would cause the complete destruction of all the rings. But no, we got to believe it. I get it. I'm going against the church of NASA, which is sin. But why are these black frames here? Let me go 5555. I mean, it's when you go through these, I can't imagine anybody. I mean, what is going on here? It's like a lady standing in a dress by the shades of a hotel. Come on. Moons in space. I mean, moons, cool. But to me, if you go through those, I would hope you would see that that's a little. It would be very simple to have a computer program that you programmed that you sent a craft in and took a bunch of pictures of Saturn. It's not really Saturn, but I mean, it looks like it. So, but again, teach their own. People want to believe that. Again, why do we have pictures of Saturn's North Pole? Where's Earth's? So we have a craft that goes around Saturn, 2 billion miles away. But we can't get a picture like this of Earth. Have you ever seen a picture of the North Pole of Earth like this? I haven't. I haven't seen a picture of the North Pole. Can't find it. If you go to look at South Pole, just type in, oops, I'm going to grab this link so I can give it to you in t.me/Jeranism links. But if we type South Pole from space, we should see the same thing, right? We should see nice images from, it's cartoons. Oh, cartoons. Cool. I thought that we would see, because we can see Cassini, we can see Saturn, but from space we see cartoons. Where's the, is this supposed to be real? Is that real, you think? Because I bet you anything it's not real. They'll even admit it. So, whatever reason, you think this is real? You do recognize this is all fake, right? Doesn't mean the Earth's not a sphere, but it means that we probably can't get far enough away from it to take a picture, or else we would have a picture. What is this? Is this real? Or is this real? What do you think? These are cartoons. If you click on them, they'll say that they're not real. There's no real pictures of the North Pole or South Pole. Okay? So, again, you can make up whatever excuse. Oh, they don't have the cameras on it. Why would they do that? They don't need to prove that South Pole exists to you. Okay, I get it. Baby steps. Baby steps. Baby steps. Space hurricanes. Space hurricanes. Gotta watch out for those space hurricanes. It's okay. It's okay. We don't have to all believe the same thing. We can be friends. I'm a nice guy. I'll come over to your house. We'll have dinner. You'll cook. I'll eat. Be nice to us. We could. Let me go to Super Chats. I know I'm wrong. Thank you, Parker. I know that because space is what you believe in, that you then automatically grant them all pictures from space. Okay. Where does it end? What would they have to do that you would say, all right, now I don't believe it? What if they talked to a satellite that they launched like in 1970 and it was like off for like 30 years and they just turn it back on? They're like, oh, we're communicating with it now. Would you question that? Would you question that? Let me show you one thing just so we can finish this off. Let's watch the Mars landing, and you tell me just tell me this is real, okay? Tell me that this happened, and they just don't have video of it. It's kind of like, wow, yeah, it kind of went down, but it's like, well, we have better things to do than prove it to you. Oh, this is the real video, I guess. Let's watch.
We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
I'm just saying that.
Indicate shoot deploy.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute.
Okay, so the parachute deployed.
We're seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Remember, it went to Mars, and here it goes. Look at.
Heat shield set.
Now we're just right above it.
Slowed to subsonic.
Look at it go.
And the heat shield has been separated. This allows
that's Mars.
The radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface.
That's
Current
real.
Velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Read the Carl Sagan's quote about when you give somebody too much power, they're going to take it. Listen to Eisenhower tell you to beware of the scientific technological elite.
Nav filter converge. Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second. Altitude 7.4 kilometers.
I want the one that
radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second.
So they're talking. Oh, there's radar on the ground, and remember that there's a delay. This is not happening in real time. It's a delay of like minutes, 15 minutes. So the craft is doing it all on its own. It's doing radar. It's doing everything on its own because the people can't control it. It's 15 minutes ago. It already happened. Just remember that. So that's not even the hard one. The hard one that we need to look for is the one where it flies down and drops the thing with the balls on it. Which, again, if you want to believe it, go ahead. Oh, this one, I think. Watch this, and you should at least accept. You should at least accept. Like, I could see why Jaren has problems with this. If you can't see that, I don't understand. Okay, this thing is flying towards Mars at breakneck speed, 30,000, 40,000 miles per hour. Okay, it's just not the right video. Okay, so here it comes. It's flying towards Mars on its own. There's no people that can control this. It's done 15 minutes in the future or in the past. So as it's flying down there, it then throws its parachute, but it has 1% of the Earth's atmosphere. 1%. Notice too, when we see pictures of Saturn, of Mars, we always see blue sky, or maybe it's a red sky, but it's a bright sky. But there's 1% atmosphere. But on the moon, when there's 0% atmosphere, it's pitch black. So the difference between 1% and black, or 0%, is pitch black. That's a pretty big difference for just 1%. But anyway, the thing comes down. It's now floating down on a parachute. If we can use parachutes, then why wouldn't you do that on the moon? Why would you have it land? But a parachute, I wouldn't think a parachute would open. A parachute doesn't open when we drop balloons. When we go up in a balloon and the thing's coming down, it doesn't open till like 30,000 or 20,000 feet because there's no atmosphere up there. But this stops in no atmosphere. Oh, yeah, slow it down in 1%. I get it. Okay? These are great scientists. I know. I'm being rude by questioning them, but I'm just saying that this is not the right video, though. You have to see the actual video where they say it happened. Where is it this one? No, relive. No, Mars. Relive Curiosity. Why is it so long? Oh, this is the actual landing. Oh yeah, this is the one with that guy. Looks like Elvis. Now I want to find a video of it. NASA's Mars river. No. Perseverance rover lands successfully.
We are starting. This maneuver has started.
Yes, here we go.
The navigation has confirmed that
This is what they say happened in real life, guys. Real life. Okay, yeah, look at. It's like a movie, man. Oh man, look at. It was coming down. Look at this thing is just flying. We can't do this on Earth. We can't. This thing's flying down. Whoosh! Come on down. Watch what it does. It then lowers a rope above the surface of Mars. It's gonna just slowly take it down there. Let it go.
Touchdown confirmed.
Yes, confirmed. I knew it. NASA. Now, don't we have to cut the... No, they didn't do the rest of it. They didn't do the rest of it. The thing cuts its ropes, then has to fly away. Okay? It also... Where's the one where it unloads in balls? This one. Sky crane landing. No, I want the one where it has balls that bounces on the surface. It, has to bounce. Oh, that's not the right one. So which one is this one? Which one? Do you remember which one bounced? What's the difference in a 99% solar eclipse and a 100% solar eclipse? A sliver of light? I don't know. But so you're saying you agree that in 1% atmosphere, you would have blue skies, and in 0% atmosphere, it would be pitch black like on the moon? It seems like a big stretch. Why wouldn't there be a gradient? Why wouldn't there be a gradient of atmosphere so that 1% should be like kind of blackish gray? And then from there, you would go towards blue. You wouldn't just go black, blue. Look up Mars pictures, and they have blue skies sometimes. So I just don't understand how that works. That's just me. Hey, maybe I'll get there. Maybe I will get there. I'll need people's help because I don't see. Okay, this is the one I think. It's just the dramatic thing. Okay, now the parachute killed. Remember, it was going like 50,000 miles coming in, but then it stopped because of the 1% atmosphere. That's what they say. Now let's come in. This thing comes down. Is this the one with the... No, it's not the balls either. This is... this definitely happened, right? Now, you would think, wouldn't we want a camera to see what happened? They don't have that on camera. Oh, is this the camera? Oh, no. Well, is this the camera? Is this real? No. It's like, what is this? Again, this is just all... look at this. We think that this happened 2 billion miles from here. Yep, the legs came out. The ropes carried... Now watch. When it releases the ropes, this craft flies away. Cut the ropes, fly away. Where does it go? It goes over there to land and break into a million pieces. That's nice of us, by the way, leaving stuff like on Mars. So like this is the sky here, but 1% black. I get it. All right, let's go to super chats. Thank you guys very much for being here. Hopefully you had some fun. I did a little bit of fun there at the end, at least. Let's go to super chats. See them quickly. I do appreciate that. Fan funding. Thank you. All right, we've got a few. Thank you. We've got J. Lee Waters. Thank you very much for joining the club. Willie Merck says it's not hard to watch the launch from the Air Force Base. Yeah, I'm just like 4 hours from there. But if you're close to there, you should probably do that. But if you're in Sacramento, I would love for you to film it because I bet you we can make a prediction of when that will be up high. But I do not have questions about Starlink anymore. I don't have questions about SpaceX launching rockets or landing them. But that's, again, so slow. Maybe that's the same as going to Mars 2 billion miles away and dropping sky cranes and rolling balls of remote control cars. It's kind of different to me. You're doing great, Jaron. I need a new profile picture. I need a new profile picture? Oh, are you actually a... oh, my God. Is that... No, I don't know who that is. Jaron, much respect. I used to be in a similar spot to you, not Flat Earth. It is incredibly humbling to realize that you were so passionately wrong. It's humbling. It's going to, like Red's Rhetoric said, there's obviously still blocks there. Maybe I'll get through them. Maybe I won't. But I don't think you should ever become... It shouldn't be, oh, I was wrong about this, therefore everything that's ever been told to me is true. Shouldn't be that. You should be able to question things, and then if people don't like that, they can come and show you why you're wrong. But just saying you're wrong because that's true and because the people say they did it, I just say, okay, that's fine. But I mean, maybe they're fantasizing, they're embellishing the idea of the landing, right? They're fabricating that in some way. Again, hey, if somebody out there in Mars Yard wants to invite me for a field trip, I'll come, I'll film it, we'll put it on my channel, we'll say, look at all this stuff is real. I watched the guys, they were controlling the car from the base, and they planned out its route, and it went there. I saw a camera view of it. I don't know why it gets cleaned off every 3 weeks, just the dust blows off or something. It's cool. What evidence will prove evolution to you? Transitional species. What came before the hippo, what came before the giraffe, what came before the rhinoceros, what came before anything. There's no transit. Those things seem to appear in the fossil record, which is a sign of creation, not a sign of evolution. I'm talking about your rocket observation. 240 miles is far into angular resolution limit, plus morning dense atmosphere over ocean. Moses, again, this is called coping. So what you're saying is that for a minute, the rocket was on the horizon, but just not able to be seen. It lumbered there for a minute at the horizon, which should be the same for basically everybody. Even if it's a little higher because you're looking at a hill or something, the craft can't travel for a minute and not be seen unless it took off from 20,000 feet below the horizon, in which case that's exactly what we'd see, right? So why is it that it proves, why does it show the sphere to be true? Why is the mathematics correct if it's just what you're saying and the sphere says, well, our math says that would be the so isn't that weird? That's what I'm saying about it being a deception. What you're saying is God made the world so that the sphere answers every question, but it's not a sphere. It's something that nobody can figure out and nobody can know what it is, but it's not a sphere, even though it matches those options. Why would God do that? This doesn't make sense to me. Dave's Waffle House, 99 cents. Thank you very much, Dave's Waffle House. World's oldest clock is a map of the shapes of the world and known at World's oldest clock is the map of the shapes of the world and known world as this current ice position. I don't know if I understand that. Thank you very much for the $5, Moses. Oh, maybe it's world's oldest clock. Oh, you're saying that the clock at Prague. Yeah, but remember that the people like Robotham, none of those people ever went south. We just discovered Antarctica, not discovered it, but they just started exploring like 1930. So it's fairly new. Now, granted, there is a Piri Reis map and some older maps that have Antarctica drawn. Yeah, I think that there was, civilizations possibly before that knew where it was, obviously, right? Will we ever see a Jaron versus Austin debate? I will not debate Austin, no. Austin's my friend, number one. And number two, it's not a... For him and I, there's two different things. I'm more of a model person. I'm more of a not religious person. Austin is religious, so he's going to have more of a connection with that model, even though he's not a model guy. He has more of a connection with his idea. And so we can have differing opinions and still be friends. So I don't think I need to debate him. And I'm not trying to push my religion on anybody. I'm not trying to push globe earth on anybody. What I'm trying to do is make sure that everybody who's a flat earther in any way because of me recognizes that I now have sufficient reason, I'm showing it, to no longer believe that. As long as they know that, I believe I release my karmic connection, right? Like if they believe flat earth because of me, but they don't know that why I got out, or they think I just sold out, or they think, oh, you're just Duffy's pal, or whatever. No, I'm able to show you ways that you yourself, without NASA, without that, can go out in the world like I did. And I'm not patting myself on the back. Somebody had to pay for me, right? I didn't have any money to do that. I would have never gone to Antarctica on my own. It was Duffy who did it. I just said, okay, when I heard there's an offer, because I was like, I know what that implies. I know what's down there is going to tell me one way or the other. I knew that I would know as of December 18th whether the earth was flat or a ball. I knew that. That was my thought of going down there, is that it would falsify one of the models that I was weighing between, that I was arguing about. So I took advantage of that. Sue me. But in doing that, I learned something. I had a block removed. All of a sudden, things started to make sense. Like, I never even got this. I never even understood the sun. I don't think I couldn't grasp it. I couldn't really, I understood the AE model sun, but the sphere Earth model sun, I just did have no idea. No, I just passed, whatever. So when I was looking into, okay, what's it going to be when we're down there? Oh, it's supposed to be 30, whatever it is, 3515. I think it's different than that. It might be 34. But anyway, I said, okay, so I kind of understood what to look for. But when we got to Punta Arenas, then it hit me like, oh shit, this is what you would see before you get there. I understood it. I saw the sun where it was rising, so you can hear us talking about it on my live streams, where I'm like, oh, now it just comes down to, is that the sun? The light over there. Because I still thought, couldn't it be some sort of dome reflection or something? Even though we saw the sun set south of, it's like, could it have gone off to the right and we're just looking at some reflection? That's why in Austin and I say it comes down to whether or not that's the sun. So we get in a plane the next day, we start flying, and we realize that that is the same sun. And the sun just circles there. How would it do that? It can only do that on a sphere because it has to light up the rest of the world. Well, how can it light up the rest of the world? Because it's a sphere. So when it's going around the people in Antarctica, it's also lighting the entire sphere Earth, right? Except for the North Pole, obviously. So then it kind of hit me, okay. And then flying back, it unfolded the other way. And then I kind of thought about it. I'm like, wait, so, and I drew it the other day. I don't know if this makes any sense. I'll draw it real quick just because somebody said it helped them understand. It's a weird drawing. I get it because it's not going to really match a sphere, but it does kind of teach you. Let me see if we grab like this. Okay, so no debatism. We're not doing debatism. Stop getting excited. Okay, so if we draw one of these, we're just going to draw like a little. Oh, sorry, I'm making my mic over here. So we just draw a little tingle like this. But this is one way that might. I don't even know if it's. So if we do a North Pole here, okay, and then you'd have your equator here. But I'm still showing this as a sphere understanding. But it just helped me visualize it a little bit in my head. So if we go like this and we go eclipse or ellipse, okay. So at the South and North Pole, the sun does this, right? Goes above their heads. Same height. And as you start to move this way, remember if the sun's here, if you go towards it, what happens? Does it go up or down? Well, obviously it goes up. So it tilts. Okay, so when we were at Union Glacier, the tilt was like this. And we were here. That's why I said if I go towards the south end of the sun, I'll eventually end up in the South Pole where the sun will circle at the same... you son of a buck. Where the sun will circle at the same height. Right? That's what would happen because I walked towards the south end of the sun. But we instead flew back to Punta Arenas. So we took off from Union Glacier, we went this way, and we ended up here where now the thing was like this. We just saw this earlier. But it also dips below the Earth. Again, I know it's a weird depiction because you're like, well, that's not a sphere. Just giving you an idea because then when you put it on a sphere, it starts to make sense. Then you keep flying towards the North Sun. What's going to happen? It's going to continue to tip. So then you're just going to get a higher and higher arc. And when you eventually get to the equator, now you've got this going directly over like this, right? Now, if you keep going, what's going to happen? Well, it's going to flip. The sun orbit flips. Okay? Again, the sphere is actually what flips, but it flips this way and this way And now this is where I live in like 35 north. You keep going. If you were at the 79 north latitude, the opposite of where we were at Union Glacier, you're going to see the same thing. It's 35 and 15. And if you kept going towards the North Pole, you'd eventually end up at the place where it circles red. So I'm just showing you that once you understand that, you're like, oh, the shit, the sun tells you everything you need to know, especially when it's above the horizon. If it's above the horizon like this, it tells you what direction south is, because you just go where the lower part is and the north is the highest part. And then think about this. Once it tells you that, if you didn't know if you were in the north or south, you would be able to tell by the direction the sun was going. So those are incredible. That's like somebody, that can't be accidental to me. Again, atheism, if you're an atheist, have fun with that. To me, it makes more sense that all these things are perfect like that. The earth is navigatable because of the sun. The sun makes it navigatable. And the sun built or really Polaris built the longitude latitude. But I'm just saying that the earth is navigatable because of the perfection of the sky, right? If it was all wonky and everything's everywhere, you would have no idea. Everything would be all screwed up. But it's so cyclical and perfect that from that, over thousands of years, they have put together a model now that accounts for seasons and everything else. It works, at least. Is it 100% correct? I don't know. I haven't looked into it that far. There's some weird things about it. But again, to me, I want to get baby steps. First, where do I live? Thought I was flat. It's not flat. It's a sphere. Okay, granted. Am I spinning? Don't want to worry about that yet. The sun going around me, I don't care about that yet. We'll get there. I want to make sure people understand why I'm not a flat earther anymore. And one of the explanations can't be, well, do you feel like you're spinning? I don't care about that. I said I'm not a flat earther anymore. Why not? Because the earth is a sphere. It doesn't mean like, oh, if the earth is a sphere that's spinning, then I'm out. No, what? It's described on a sphere. It works on a sphere. So therefore, sphere true. Spinning, don't need to worry about that yet. We'll get there. Baby steps. All right, let's keep going. We've got, no, you won't see debate. Square and stationary earth map. Again, that doesn't work unless you're talking about having a Pac-Man sun, which we know doesn't work, and we know it has to be a circling sun because you can stand at the North Pole and watch the sun circle around you. So now you have to believe that it going across a flat map, it just kind of looks like a circle. Then when it morphs, it continues the circle around you. What? I don't know, Moses. I think you have a lot of work to do. Awake Souls, the game, a.k.a. Portal on PC. Awake Souls, I know who he is. The game, a.k.a. Portal on PC. All right. Read my Telegram message, please. Ruhit, for $10, I'll read 2 of them if you want. I'll read 2. Let me bring this up. Hold on 1 second. Oh, shoot. Do I have to? I get too many messages to have it open during the show, though. Where's the Ruhi? There he is. All 5 of them? So he said, yes, the AE map is the only possible FE map. We know the order that the sun goes over the continents: Australia, Africa, Americas, and then back to Australia. Therefore, these continents and the sun path is a circle. The only 2 possible ways to arrange these continents in a circle is the AE map, centered either at the North Pole or the South Pole. Since we know that both poles have a 24-hour circling sun, it precludes both of those possibilities. Correct. That's Doug talking about me? Wow, that is crazy. That's crazy. I mean, these are people that were my friends, like, and I've explained it. It's like, oh, because you have explained the sphere, you must have been a liar all those years. What? That's upsetting. That's like, well, I mean, what's the big deal? I already lost, everybody, so it doesn't matter. It's telling me a lot. It's telling me a lot about what real. Can you imagine being somebody's friend and then they say, hey, I went down to this place, saw this observation that tells me that I was wrong, so I'm telling you that I'm wrong. And then they say, oh, you were acting. You had me convinced all those years. Once a liar, always a liar. How is it an act to believe in something until you got shown evidence that you were wrong? Sorry that you don't want to face that. The earth cannot be flat. It won't be flat. It's impossible to be flat. If it wasn't impossible, then somebody would be able to simply show how it works. This isn't a puzzle. It's not like impossible. if we live on a flat Earth, then somebody will be able to say, this is how it's laid out. We know where everything is. You know, if you're in Antarctica or if you're in Australia, you know where Singapore is. You know where South Africa is. You know the directions. So just plot those on a flat map and make it work with reality, except for we can't. Because the sun goes the wrong way. So a flat map can never explain a sun going the wrong way, and it can never explain a South Pole. So, Doug, if you think I'm lying, why don't we go down and go to the South Pole? Would that tell you? Because here's what I'm starting to think or starting to feel about most people that are flat earthers, and I didn't know this before, that there literally is nothing that will tell you that you're wrong. So you're not a truther. If there's nothing that can, so you tell me then what would you need to see? And people keep saying things. Yesterday I was talking to a girl. She's like, I want to see measured curvature or I'm not going to ever believe in a sphere. I said, okay, what about the rocket taking off from Vandenberg that is for a minute missing? It's missing in the world. Then it appears. You can't take that as measured curvature. You can't say, oh, the model that says, oh, that item is taking off 20,000 feet below your feet. And guess what? In the time that it takes a minute to happen, it travels 20,000 feet. Oh, there it is. We see it appear. I'm not believing that. This is bullshit. It's in the horizon zone for a minute. It's because of angular resolution at the horizon line for a minute. For a minute, it's so small that it doesn't move. And then it pops out of that zone moving at the horizon. This is not me lying. This is you guys not appreciating somebody being honest. And I realize that now. The whole time I thought I'm working on behalf of truthers. Now I realize nobody's a truther. I'm a truther. I'm trying to find the truth. I find the truth. I report the truth, and people hate me for it. Well, they're not truthers. They want somebody to tell them what they already believe. And I get that. That's what you guys on YouTube want. You want entertainment. You want somebody to pat you on the back, have a couple laughs, maybe a couple drinks on a weekend, maybe go to a meetup. I get it. It's not what I'm here for. It's not what I'm here for. And I'll gladly make my exit as soon as I feel comfortable that I've gotten my information out there. People who are in any way believers in the, like you, Doug, if you say that I introduced you to Flat Earth, and I don't know if I did, maybe you got it from somebody else first, but you've been a follower of mine for 8 years, 7 years, I don't know how long. So if that's the, how do I say it? If I'm responsible for you being a flat earther, this is me telling you why I'm no longer. It doesn't mean I've been a liar. It doesn't mean I believed it. I thought that the sun would set in Antarctica. I thought that that meant that they would have to fake it, that they would have to put clouds. That's not me lying. That's me being honest. And then if I go down there and get shown that I'm wrong, what do you want me to do? Put yourself in my position. What do you want to come back and do then? Come back and be like, oh, so I was proven wrong, but the Earth's still flat. What's the first question somebody's going to ask me? Well, how does the sun work? Fuck. Well, how does the South Pole work? I don't know. Well, how is it flat if it doesn't? I don't know. It doesn't explain anything anymore. Right. So isn't it just flat because water lies flat? I guess so. That's it. Yeah, I'll just take that position. That would have been me lying. Me coming back and trying to pretend like I still believe that the Earth can be flat when I went down and witnessed it cannot. I mean, it's pretty, you should see some of the messages that I've gotten. You should see. But I'm letting people vent. I'm letting people do whatever they need to get off their chest. But it's not me. Like, I'm not the one who's trying to I guess it's the same thing you think. They think that I was lying the whole time or that I was playing some role or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How somebody could think that I've been lying the whole time doesn't make, I mean, that's just like, that almost upsets me more than anything else. Because then you weren't genuinely believing what I said the whole time. Or else you can't believe somebody's just genuine the whole time and then you're like, oh, now I think that they're lying the whole time. Well, then you really didn't believe in the genuineness or you didn't see it. Or you believe in genuineness only when it's backing your beliefs, which that I get. So think about how hard this is for me. I know I'm losing everybody. I know even if I'm going into the, what do you call it? The crow's nest or whatever. You're going into the battle where I'm going to be hated by flat earthers, number one, and all the globe earthers that are upset, like, oh, yeah, don't give him any credit. He's not, he's been doing this for 10 years. It's a grift. So I knew I'm going to get it from all ends. So I don't know how to be any more truthful. I don't know how to be more honest. I don't know how to, other than to take all that, to lose all your friends, to lose people who supported you, to lose that, and then also still be hated by those who already thought you were a piece of shit anyway. How could that be beneficial to me? The only thing it does is saves my soul. The only thing it does is lets me sleep good at night. That I'm not lying to people, that I'm not forcing them into a belief that I don't believe myself. I vowed from day one of YouTube that I would only use YouTube to say to people what my opinion is and back it up with the evidence of why I believe it. And I've stayed true to that the whole time. Has the evidence been wrong? Has it? Well, it seems to be. It seems some of it wasn't wrong. And we shouldn't have shelved things. We shouldn't have. And there's a lot more things that, just there's a lot of things that are shelved by the flat earthers. Like I said, circumpolar stars, the South Pole, south rotating stars, the southern sun. So what happens is you keep putting those things on the shelf, and we keep saying, like, we'll get back to them. Somebody's going to get to them. Yeah, those are little problems, but they're easily surmountable. But then it becomes too much. And then when what happened to me happened, it was like, oh, well, that's the reason that we couldn't figure out any of that shit. Is because a flat map is impossible. And you can hate me all you want right now. Mark my words. There will be a day, whether it's a year from now, 5 years, 10 years, I don't know, that you will remember that I told you this. I don't know how much time you'll waste between now and then, but I feel like my eyes have been opened, like, oh, God, okay, now it makes sense. All right. And I now see it as like, oh, that's just giving the elite so much power to think they can fake the shape of the earth. Can you imagine we live on a flat area and they came and said, we're going to take all those and we're going to put it onto a ball and tell them that they're floating in space. Like, we gave them that ability. They probably laugh like crazy. We think that they laugh because they fooled us into believing we live on a ball when we live on a flat land. The actual truth is they laugh because we believe that they can do that. With people navigating the seas and flying planes and, be able to go out and measure things and angles to the sun, they can't. And I had a mental block that made me think that they could. And when you release that, you're like, holy shit, we give them way too much credit. And I've always said that before. We give the elite way too much credit. They're idiots. They cannot pull that off. We had people that went out as teams, as military, as surveyors, as explorers. And were they off a lot? Yes. You can bring me, Jaron, you say that the British Challenger went this far, and you say that they were off by 20 miles every day. Yeah, and they had to map the Earth. They had to get the angles right. Just because you now realize the Earth's a sphere doesn't mean you know where things are on the sphere. You have to go out and actually check things, coastlines, draw them up. There's islands that were in people's books that then never were. James Wilkes and those guys found islands. I forgot what their name, but then Cook went, and there's no such island. So there's things like that what does that mean? Does that mean there really is an island? Who knows? But what it does mean is that they took a while to get everything cleaned up, and they still haven't done everything. And they still haven't done all of it. It's like Bird said, I don't think that all of Antarctica has been explored. Because just like ALE says, all that stuff, if you're going to go hiking anywhere, you need to first get one of those huge trucks that basically drives inch by inch with a stick at the front. It's not a stick, it's like a shovel thing. But basically they're checking for crevasses. And nobody would be safe walking through any part of Antarctica unless you'd have that truck go first, because at any point you could fall into car-sized crevasses that are sometimes hundreds of feet deep, where some corner of something doesn't get, and then the snow doesn't go down there, and it's like a hole. And they said people have tried before, and then they didn't make it. So now the general rule is you could tell them too. You could, if you signed enough papers, if you said, I want to go to Antarctica, ALE, and I want to walk on the other side of the South Pole by myself without any transport, they would say, you're going to sign a paper that says we're not responsible for going to get you. Or, well, actually, they probably wouldn't even let you do that. They would have to say they would have to follow, because what if you died? They would have to go get your body. They don't want your body in Antarctica. So I would think that they would probably say they would follow you, and it would still be a lot of money, right? It costs like $750,000 just for them to plan a route from one shore to the other. That's how much they charge, because they have to take a little car basically and drive it out there. And then if you need provisions, if they drop off like little food caches, so where you can keep picking them up, they'll do anything that you want, basically. Now, granted, do I think that maybe the elite have some underground bunkers there? Sure. That would be the easiest place to have them. It's a 5,000 feet of ice. Just a little melting, and we'll go park in this little 100-foot high thing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a lot easier than digging under the ground, which they all do. So maybe ALE said, they tell them, don't go over this part, don't go over that part, send them this way. Yeah, I'm sure that they have government direction. Is that what you want me to read? Thank you, Ruhif. And I know I'll bring up your GeoGebra next time. I think we'll get into, we'll do it next time because I want to talk about that. All right, we got, thank you very much for the $10 though, Ruhif, or 10 Australian. Is that more or less? Thank you extra or thank you less? One or the other. Bro, they literally pulled off 9/11 and you don't think they can put a fake sun in the sky? Absolutely not. What a difference. What a difference. You're talking about the difference between it lit the entirety of the area. Think about a football stadium. Football stadium needs how many lights just to light it? And then think of Duffy's drone, which covers literally, I was going to say hundreds of thousands, but it's probably tens of thousands of football fields. I'm not sure about how many it is. I'd have to look into the how many football fields would be. That drone shot's probably 5,000 feet. Maybe what's 5,000 feet? Probably 100 miles radius. Is that way too much? That's just a guess. I'm probably not right on that. But if it was that, 100. Yeah, I mean that's still ridiculous. 200 miles diameter. Yeah, that's it. I mean, think how many football fields that would be. That's insane. R2 doesn't work on the globe. North is up, Sharon. R2 doesn't work on the globe. North is up, Sharon. I don't know what north is up means. Right now, above my head is north? What do you mean? North is behind me. I don't know what you mean by north is up. What does that mean? In what world does that even make sense? Woodworking Wombat. Thank you very much. $5 says every flat explanation of things failing because density, ironically, would allow people to walk upside down on the other side of the flat earth. Every flat explanation of things failing, or is it falling? Falling. Sorry. Every flat explanation of things falling because of density, ironically, would allow people to walk upside down on the other side of the flat earth. I don't know what that means. No, you're making it sound like the density is something's pulling it to the ground. The flat earth belief was that the item itself has density, and so it goes away from the medium that it's in towards the ground. So there would be no standing on the other. You would still fall down. Which it's not like the globe. It's not like you stand upside down on a flat earth. That wouldn't work. That's your guys' belief, or the globe belief. The sun goes round Polaris, which is magnetic north, not geographical north, Sharon. Okay, wait, hold on. The sun goes around Polaris, okay, which is magnetic north, right, which is what the North Pole is, not geographical north, Sharon. What difference does that make? So the geographic and the magnetic North Pole are like a couple hundred miles apart. So what difference does that make? So it goes around both. Okay, thank you. Cygnus TSP says, your former FLIR friends have no idea what it's like to come out of a cult and feel the need to address how stupid you feel for having been in it. Thank you. It's rough. I just wish that they would, that's why I said take a week off. If they could take a week off and just like pretend you're a Glober or pretend you're looking, just try to change something up, you might have that block erased. Maybe. Nice work, Jaron. I know you got a long road ahead of you, but I'm here to watch your journey. Keep it up. Thank you, Neo Faith. Choco later says, make yourself a sun clock and keep an eye on it the entire year. Also, try to explain why there is a sunrise at 6 a.m. every day at the equator every day. Wow. I did not even realize that. You're right. If it's got 12 hours of daylight, it's going to be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wow. Good call. Shalini B. Is that like a Shalini B? The following geometry is only possible for a sphere. Circumferences in miles. Arctic Circle, 9,900 miles. Tropic of Cancer, 22,859. Equator, 24,901. Tropic of Capricorn, 22,859. And Arctic Circle, 9,900. I would agree with you. And I think that those things are true. And I think that they're, the idea that I used to have about the South being expanded, is there some questions to ask out there? Yes. But does it seem like it actually connects correctly with the sphere? Yes. Based on the sun. Based on what the sun was doing. Again, I'm sticking to the sun because I don't need anything else because then I start getting into NASA. What does NASA say? Doesn't matter if the sun's close, far, whatever. Doesn't matter if it's a Nerf ball. As long as it brings light and heat and can be predicted, then God is deceiving me if he put the sun here and said, here, it matches perfectly a sphere, but you shouldn't believe in the sphere. You should believe in the flat earth. That doesn't make sense to me. You're in la la land now. Ruhif, hurry up and read my first Telegram message, please. I did. All right, sorry. Well, damn it, I should have left it and maybe you'd give me another $10. I don't believe the earth is a globe. I know it is. Chocolate later. Thank you. Richard Walker, thank you very much. $2. Eddie Smith says, keep speaking the truth, brother. Thank you very much for $5. Base Problem, $10 says, Jaron, were you a grifter pre-TFE or are you a grifter now? Nope. It's called being honest and being honest. So your road to Damascus conversion is hard to believe. Sorry. And I agree with you now. Welcome to the reality. Well, there was no grifting. So sorry. A grifting is a scam. If you're talking about me offering people consultations for crypto, it's not a grift. If somebody comes to your door and says, can I have $50 to mow your lawn? That's not a grift. That's a proposition, a service being rendered for return of money. Moses says, sunrise time on flat earth, FORDAB. What does that mean? The time of sunrise on flat earth is what? Did you put R in there like the radius? Okay. Cygnus TSP says, I grew up in a pseudo-Christian cult. It took me a year of questioning and research to leave questioning and research to leave you left flat earth in a month. People don't get it until they go through it. Yeah, it's not, it's difficult, but I think that people can get there. I hope they do. JD, thank you very much, $10. We've got OG Blue. Says, keep it going, brother. You are on the right path. OG, yeah, sorry we didn't get to the craft today. We're going to try it on Thursday. See if it's any better. Nike Spitz. As a globe, I can only respect what you're doing. As a globie. Well, yeah, I mean, it has to be done at least. And I don't want to be a globie. I don't want to if I'm in 2 months, if I'm doing this, something went terribly wrong. I want to explain my reasons and then move on to other things. Move on to what's next. Any flights from Australia to Union Glacier? I don't think so. And I can't say that for sure. I mean, I haven't looked. But if you go to where's that? Is it Union Glacier that shows all the flights? Union Glacier flight log? It's not a log. It's a flight itinerary? No, that's not right. There's like a list of flights. I've seen it a bunch of times, but I don't know. Flight schedule. That's what I want to look for. So this flight schedule is... So this is the funny thing. Is like Dave says that they're out behind the plane changing the sun, right? So they did it for every one of these flights. November 5th, November 12th, November 18th, November 26th, December 4th. Watch, you're going to see my flight on here. December 7th, December 12th, December 14th. There we are. It was an inbound flight of a commercial passenger, Punta Arenas to Union Glacier. I was on there. Then we have December 14th, outbound. That's the one that this plane came in, picked up all the marathon runners, and left. December 18th, inbound. That was the people that came to Union Glacier a day early. And this is the schedule, not the actual, because the actual turned out to be the 17th. This is the schedule. And then the 18th, we were supposed to be outbound, coming back. So all these flights, according to Weiss and Marty Leeds, they just change the sun. It's just easy. They just flip it out. This fun's going to go set. We're going to make it happen. And we know that because we saw a reflection of the sun fizzle out on a plane. So that makes a lot of sense. I think that that's probably the most likely answer. Why did all Globe YouTubers agree Dell channel and 0FE? What? Oh, wait. Why did all Globe YouTubers agree to delete their channel and 0FE? Well, I do agree with that. I mean, I agree that it wasn't for us to delete our channels because we weren't fighting some... Like, think about it. What I really thought was that the whole world was being lied to by NASA and by everybody. You know? So you're trying to protect people, and then you have these people that came and blocked you. So, no, you're wrong. So if we were right, then every single Globe Earth channel that did do that block should have deleted their channel. But somebody who's bringing up like, hey, I think we're being lied to, and then having to fight with the people blocking them, if you find out you're wrong, that doesn't mean you have to delete your channel. Because what you're saying there then is nobody can ever try and whistleblow or bring something up that people should hear because they have a fear of being removed from society over it. That's ridiculous. But if you're going to protect government agencies, that's different. If you're protecting them and you shouldn't be, if they end up being wrong, then you should have to pay for that. That their channels were made to protect NASA, to protect the globe Earth. So if they ended up being wrong, they should have deleted the channels. I appreciated them saying that. Couldn't find anywhere you were live when talking with Reds. Thanks for the show. And now. Couldn't find anywhere you were live. It was just at Red's channel. Red's Rhetoric. Hope you're well, Jaron. There's Storm Chaser. Patrick Panetta. He's going to take me storm chasing. I'm a little bit, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of tornadoes. I've never seen one and probably going to stay kind of far away, aren't we, Storm Chaser? I hope you're well, Jaron. There's a classic saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Yes. I think about that a lot. Yeah, that's true. And I think I try too hard. And when you do that too hard, you know what? People get turned off by it. They think maybe me being kind of cocky or over the top. I'm trying to explain that these are actually, when your eyes are open, you're like, oh my God, it's easy. Oh my God, there's a South Pole. And if there's not a South Pole, then the world is truly a deception machine where there's an infinite amount of southern suns and an infinite amount of southern directions. And if you walk in them, you end up in the same spot. So that's weird. Irlanduchit must already be preparing the speech to discredit you in the Spanish community. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Again, people keep using the excuse like, well, Jaron's attached to a model, that's why. Well, the reason I'm attached to the model is because I'm smart enough to realize it's the only one that works. So I'm attached to the AMAP. I like the AMAP. I have videos called Why I'm Still an AE Guy. Why? Right. But once that's gone, I've seen flat earthers' attempts at making another flat earth map, and they always are. I mean, Lady Blount's 2-pole map is a joke. It can't work that way. FP Angel's map doesn't work. Certainly not Jake the asshole or QNFE or Ronnie and Jason, who literally stole again Andrew Marsh's model, took the flat land and said, look, it's flat. Well, yeah, that's how the globe works. Guess what? Your city that you're in, pretty damn flat. Pretty damn flat. Think of how far right now, look at a mile away from you. Think of how far a mile is from you. It's pretty far. Think of, it takes you 5 minutes to run or 6 minutes to run a mile. So that's pretty far. In that 1 mile, the earth drops 8 inches. That's it. That's it. 8 inches. So in the next mile, guess how much it does? 8 inches. And then the mile after that, 8 inches. Now, granted, if you are doing an exponential, from where I started, yes, then it starts growing in the fashion of 8 inches per mile squared. But that's a long way, right? Once you start getting to many miles, that's so far it gets hard to make observations or measurements or tape measures, or you got to start doing reciprocal zenith angles, and then it gets confusing for people and they check out. I get it. Because I even think that reciprocal zenith angles are derived by the assumption. But now I kind of say, okay, well, if the Earth's a sphere, then I see why they make the assumption. They're saying the Earth's a sphere, so when we look over there and we see that stick a little bit down, it means it's pointed the other way. So it makes sense now, but it took my eyes being cleaned with Visine or something. All right, Jaron, can you do the math in Calculus 3 vector calculus? Absolutely not. Thank you. Thank you, Basil Pro. Calculus 3. I can't do calculus pre-calculus, whatever that is. Jaron, have you ever read The Age of Reason? I have, by Thomas Paine. It's a book about deism. I respect it. The late 1700s, great read or on Audible. It's kind of my belief, but different. I believe that we are all God. We're all living out the life of God, but we're 1/8 billionth of God. So then Christians get mad. They're like, what? You're saying you're equal to God? No, I'm not inside you. You're not inside me. We are inside ourselves. We're God, but God is inside all of us. So I'm not saying I'm equal to that. I'm 1/8 billionth of God. You are 1/8 billionth of God. God is 8 billionths of God, or 8 billions of 8 billions of God. So I think that makes more sense. So we can pray to ourselves. We can pray for strength. We can pray for health and happiness. But you can't pray to change somebody else's free will. That defeats the system that we're here. The system here is it's a free will world. Anybody can do anything. God experiences every pain, every joy, every birth, every death. And probably because God can't exist in a world of no time, there is no. If God exists in a world that there's no time, then how can anything happen? Because when did it happen? How can anything happen? Because where did it happen? Right? How can anything happen? Because to whom did it happen? So if God was going to want any of those things to happen, and maybe that's what gods do, then they would have to create a world in time. And then in order to experience it in real fashion, because I know people believe God knows all things, and you have to think about that. If God knows all things and everything that happens in the future, then he doesn't exist. That would be if you knew everything that happened for the rest of eternity, you would kill yourself. Why would you live? You already know it already happened. So God doesn't know the future. That's why he made a free will world. If you have two people who have free will, there's no more knowing the future. They have free will. Two people, free will, equals any future. So it's pretty cool. Now, could God know that on a certain date or time in the future he's going to end it? Sure. But as far as the things happening on earth, and he has no idea. He's a part of it. He's living it through the eyes. We're built in the image of God. So I think that that's the most sense. It doesn't. It is a deistic point of view because God does not interject in life. No God will ever come down and save a baby from walking out in the middle of the street. However, God can, because you're God, you can have like a superhuman moment where you lift a car off a baby, which has been seen. There's women that have lifted cars off babies. But that's kind of more signs of God. Hey, let me just finish with this because I do think this is the case. I think that we have power together. Like we have a God power in us. One person, it's not much. You can't do much with it. You can manifest, maybe do, I don't know, if you try. But as a collective, we can do a lot. But the problem is they keep us separated. They got to keep us separate. Man, Enrique, do you have to keep us separated? No? Yeah. It's kind of the same, but not really. It's kind of the same. Thank you. I appreciate you trying. By the way, there's no Enrique. It's just myself that I be my sound effects guy so I can get mad at myself when they don't come in good time. Anyway, we have a collective power. So what do they do with it? They make us worship sports. If you don't know, there is a very well-known stat that all home teams not always win. The home team wins more times than the away team, even though you wouldn't really expect that. If you've ever played sports, I played sports. If you're in an away game, you should really be more rested, more focused, because when it's a home game, you have family, you have your wife, you got to sleep at your house, you got to do baby stuff, you got to clean, you got to go grocery shopping, and then you got to go to the game. You should be more ready to play on the road. But every home team in every sport that has ever existed, home teams win. Why? Because the crowd is part of the game. And people have said, well, that's true. Then wouldn't they always win? No, because a lot of times the crowd goes to the game like, I don't think we're going to win tonight. Got a tough pitcher on the mound. So you have this collective, and then the player still has to act out the game, right? I mean, so it's not like, oh, the crowd can always cheer. No, the crowd can get behind the player, give him some extra juice, and he hits a home run. But he could also get too overjuiced and strike out. So it's not like, but they focus our power there. So we don't do anything to change the world with it. And if you ask anybody, have you ever had a religious experience? It's always going to be in a group of people. Because groups like churches, that's why people have this, oh, Jesus moment, and they're in these big mega churches, is because they're stealing and robbing people's collective God power, which we could use for good, but we don't know how to do that because they've taught us to hate each other, and black versus white, and red versus yellow, and trans versus non-trans, and so that's why the elite pushed that, I think, in my mind. Anyway, just my religion, if you will. Jeranism, get it? Yeah, you get it now. I've learned so much from you. Your story is helping me relate to my family member who is a flat earther. Thank you very much. Keep doing this thing. Kevin, my only advice would be, don't be rude. Don't be rude. Do you have Trump? Trump with a don't be rude? At all? I thought we did.
You are fake news.
Not that
you
one.
are fake news.
No, get the.
You are fake
never
news.
Never mind, dude. You're gonna be fired. Don't be rude to them, and just be there as they come along. Again, plant seeds. Be there. They might have questions, and they should see that the map doesn't work, and that's the biggest thing. And until I knew that the sun does what they said, I thought that was part of the deception. So what I have to believe now is all of a sudden that they faked the sun to me somehow, which would take a work of God. I mean, it doesn't even make sense to me that anybody would think that. And then somebody said, what? They faked 9/11 so they could fake the sun. They blew up a building and dropped a building. How is that the same as putting a giant sphere in the sky with sunspots that rotates around at the exact angles and heights and size that it's predicted? What is it in the sky then? And how could we think about a flat earth real quick. If we are on this side looking south and we take sunspot images, how did Australia take pictures of the same side of the sun? Unless the sun's out there and the Antarctica's on the other, I mean, Australia's on the other side of the ball. Then we would both take pictures of the sun and they would be upside down. And they were. Or no, that's something about North America. They wouldn't be upside down because they're just both on different sides of the same southern continent. But thank you, Kevin Slick, very much. Here's $10. Thank you very much, Ruhif. And yes, you should thank me less than $10. Thank you. I used to be in pseudo cult called INC when I was a kid, and it's a complete mindfuck when you get out. Hope to see some awesome content in the future. You were in a pseudo cult called Inc. I've never even heard of that. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing to me because it really was like I got off the plane and yeah, it just feels like there's almost like a pressure that's released, like a pressure behind your nose or something that all of a sudden you're like, oh, and then when you start thinking now, all these things fall into place, whereas before, for whatever reason, your mind put up little blocks the whole way so that one thing never led to another. I don't know. It's weird. It's hard to explain. I was even talking to somebody about it, like saying, have you ever heard of that before? And then they're like, oh, yeah, I talked to Ranty. So I was messaging Ranty the other day, and I just said, and he was saying the same thing. He said, yeah, he's like, it's a weird thing that nobody can explain, that there's something like our brain almost protects itself because that's our belief. I believe in the flat earth. So the brain protects itself by saying, I'm not going to let anything in. And I actually think that the same thing happens to Globers. However, they're right. But it's not, that's the only classification. They also have a block that doesn't allow them to see flat earth arguments. However, they're correct. And so thank God. Right? But if you're a flat earther, you have the same block that doesn't allow us to see their arguments or exactly what they're saying because we hate them. We think that they're evil. They're after us. It's McToon. He must be evil. He's a Satanist. He works with Duffy. Duffy's, doesn't need him as a pastor. There's nobody in his church. So your mind is like blocking any information that they say from getting in. It's like to protect itself. It's a self-preservation mechanism. And if you can puncture it, then it starts to like crumble a little bit at a time. And then as things get through, it's like, and then it clears it. And you're like, oh, now it all makes sense. Like the sun makes sense to me now. It makes sense to me now. Whereas before, I don't even really think I tried, to be honest with you. So I get it. When I'm talking this stuff, many flat earthers are just dismissing. In fact, they all left already, I'm sure. Because they don't hear what I'm saying. They just hear, wait, Jaren's saying it's not flat? Then he's a shill. That's what Doug says. Doug's saying Jaren, oh, then he lied the whole time. Because it's impossible that somebody could believe something for 9 years and then change their mind. It's what everybody should do. If you're wrong for 9 years, well, the quicker you figure it out and get out, the better. So that's why I'm telling people now. So if you've only been in for 3 years or 2 years, good for you. I think it's time that you look at the fact that the sphere answers all questions. Is it weird that we live on a sphere? Yes. In fact, Globers should say that it's weird. It's another thing that I'm like, you almost try too hard to push the globe that it makes it look fake. Like just say, oh, it is really weird that we live on a sphere in the middle of space. It is weird. Just admit it. Because it is weird. And you're not being cool because you're like, well, if I say it's not weird, then I totally am. No, it's weird. It's a weird thing. There's no other example of it on Earth. Granted, I don't expect there to be. Somebody told me yesterday, too. They said, oh, you know how everything you always say that you can scale things down, right, to prove it. I'm like, yeah. You say, so scale down the Earth and prove that the Home Depots can be flat on it. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? What? No, the Home Depots work because of the size of the Earth. Scale it down, though, and see if it still works. No, that would be smaller than the Earth, and then it doesn't work. The point of it is that it's so big that it works. So can't scale that one down, sorry. But thank you very much, pseudo cult member. Can't read your name. Cole. I like the name. All right, let's see. I think that's everything, and I want to say goodbye. We went way too long again. We're going to figure this out. 4:20, huh? Got to figure out a way to get it down to 3 hours. Maybe I put too many things in or I talk too much or something. One of those things. We know that's for sure. All right, we are heading out of here. Guys, let's get together on Thursday around the time of the launch. I'll be more prepared earlier so that we can... I'm going to actually... Geez, what am I going to do about that? I got to think. that stupid telecast that didn't play because you have to click it. Maybe my wife can click it. Okay, we'll figure it out. It's the middle of Thursday, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Or maybe somebody can help me I could give you a login to StreamYard or something. I have to have the main account, though, because you have to be able to add me. Oh, no, you could be a person on a StreamYard, and then you play the telecast on your screen. Okay, maybe I'll find somebody that would do that. All right, that should be good. That'll work. All right, anything else? I don't think so. That has been Friday Unplugged. It's time to unplug from the Matrix, unplug from the world, unplug from yourself, and re-evaluate what's going on before you plug back in. And that's what we need to do. It is Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Today was the falsification of the only flat Earth map, and that's just the way it is. Again, remember who told you. There will never be another flat Earth map in your life, and the Earth will never be flat in your life because there's no map. And if there's no map, then there's no way. And if there's no way, then there's no model. And if there's no model, then there's no flat Earth. And if there's no flat Earth, then the other one is probably true. It's the one that answers all questions, at least as far as the sunrise, sunset, and many others, but we'll get into those maybe one day. Maybe not. It's not my job to teach the globe. Your school did that. But then I taught you something different, so it is my job to try and tell you now that, oopsie daisy, I think we may have got that wrong. So my apologies, but what are you going to do? You know, what are you going to do? We could go watch Dave's video if you right now and find out. I think he has a good new intro, doesn't he? It's like a new intro song for his channel. I don't know. I think so. Guys, I don't have an outgoing saying yet. However, I am always honest. Even though people want to call me liar and say, what are you, a grifter? Nope, I'm always honest. Sorry. If that's not your cup of tea, I don't know what to tell you. But I'm only sometimes right. So is this one of those times? Well, it's up to you. I provided you with the evidence. You could easily prove me wrong by just showing a flat map that works. Okay, great. So that's maybe the challenge that I'm doing. Maybe I am a flat earther still, but I want the map and I can't figure it out. So this is my way of getting you prove me wrong. If you hate me, if I'm a liar, go prove me wrong. Find a map, make it work with the observations, and guess what? Many people will come and be flat earthers because it better matches reality, right? Being flat, being on a level ground with water that lies flat, with stars that work, with sunrises and sunsets that work, that is a more likely case. However, just because something's more likely doesn't mean it's true. We can't make it work with observations, therefore it's not true. Much love to you guys. We're going to play the intro on the way out here. I still don't have an outro that doesn't say the globe, the curvature, what does it say? Global Earth is falsified? Proud, it says it. I forgot how the song goes. Anyway, I've got to replace that line or something. I think what I'll say is that we could say the flat Earth was falsified. No, I don't know. That won't fit in there. All right, much love to you guys. I appreciate you being here. If you want to support the show, please do. $sign Jeranism at Cash App. Be very kind if everybody who watched the show sent $2. That'd be great. That'd be like a couple $100. We'll take it. But if not, all good. We will be here next week, Friday, 3 p.m. for episode number 4 of Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Good night, everybody. Enjoy your Friday, your weekend. Give your wife a kiss and your kids one too. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Peace.
F you to the stress, to the grind, F you to the haters. Every time F you to the drama, to the hype, F you to the mainstream, pushing lies, unplugged from the matrix. It's Friday night, unplugged with Mr. Honest and sometimes right. F you to the left, to the right, and F you to the elite parasite. F you to the noise, F you to the fakes, F you to all you weak snowflakes. Friday unplugged, unfiltered and real, are you offended? How you feel? F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism Friday Unplugged. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism Friday Unplugged.
That's it. Jeranism Friday Unplugged. We'll see you guys on Thursday for a SpaceX launch. Then Friday.